I call this meeting of the Township High School District 211 Board of Education to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bradley,
Here.
Ms. Cavill, Mr. Kramer,
Here.
Mr. Dombrowski,
Here.
Mr. McGowan,
Here.
Mr. Rosenblum,
Here.
Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Here. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That takes us to our next item, which would be closed session. The recommended action is that the board enter closed session to discuss minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act. Probable or imminent litigation against, affecting, or on behalf of the public body, matter pertaining to an individual student, appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, and collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley,
Aye.
Ms. Cavill,
Aye.
Mr. Kramer,
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski,
Aye.
Mr. McGowan,
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum,
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Aye. The recommended action is that the Board of Education return to open session. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley,
Aye.
Ms. Cavill,
Aye.
Mr. Kramer,
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski,
Aye.
Mr. McGowan,
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum,
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Aye. Would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. That will take us to our recognition and our state award winners. Dr. Small.
Thank you. Director of Activities and Athletic, Eric Winkowski, would please introduce to us some wonderful coaches and fine athletes that we have here to celebrate,
All right, and let's not forget our business professionals of America today,
and our business professionals in America.
which is what, yes, Board of Education, Dr. Small, thank you for taking time tonight to honor some very talented students. Also here tonight to support and honor their students are Palatine Principal Tony Medina and Athletic Director Luis Arroyo, Fremd Principal Mark Langer and Athletic Director Hamid Mariaskoui, Conant Principal Julie Novak and Athletic Director John Kane, Schaumburg High School Principal Brian Harlan, Athletic Director Marty Manning, and Hoffman Estates Principal Mike Alter, Athletic Director Steve Lackney, and Assistant Principal Tom Mokan. Students, as your coach introduces you, please walk towards the podium to receive your award. Additionally, any parents that are here, ask that you, and other family members, ask that you stand when your student is introduced so that we can recognize you and your students. All right, so we'll get started with BPA. First up is Fremd BPA sponsor David Strakowski. He's in his 8th year teaching in the business department at Fremd High School and is also his 7th year as the Business Professional of America sponsor.
All right, before I introduce our BPA first place finisher, I would like to say thank you to the board, Dr. Small, Mr. Langer, Mrs. Hughes, and everyone else from the district and Fremd that has encouraged the development and achievement of BPA over the years. So the following student here tonight competed in BPA state conference this year and placed first in his event. He dedicated a substantial amount of time and energy preparing for his event. And I'm honored to recognize and introduce this student and his parent who could make it here tonight. So here with his mom, Veselina, is senior Julian Mitov, who placed first in advanced accounting.
All right, next is Patty Ertl from Conant High School. During her career, Patty Ertl has taught in all 5 of our high school and is currently an instructional coach and business education department chair at Conant High School, along with also being the business education department chair, district chair. Patty is also the BPA sponsor for over 20 years, and as we always say, Patty is a proud District 211 graduate.
Hello, thank you. Thank you to the Board of Education, Dr. Small, Mr. Winkowski, Mrs. Novak, Mrs. Ardell, my co-advisors, and of course the parents of our awesome students. BPA is a competitive academic club, and our members compete in the areas of finance, business administration, digital communication and design, management, marketing, and communication. We had 56 Conant students who qualified to compete at the state competition. And there were over 1,000 students from across the state of Illinois. And Conant students earned 4 first-place awards. Tonight, we are recognizing 4 of our winners who are here tonight. Parents, again, please stand when I call your student's name. First, we have Ayush Kumar Rai, who took first place in fundamental spreadsheet applications, who is here with his father, Puneet Kumar Rai. Next, we have Anshuman Banamidapati, who qualified first place in database applications, here with his mother, Narija, and father, Sashi. Next, Nalan Kumar, first place computer modeling, with his father, Selva, and mother, Deepa. And then finally, we have Shivan Patel, who is one of the team members who placed first in economic research team, here with his father, Rahul Patel. Thank you.
All right, and we'll finish up with BPA with Hoffman Estates. Patrick Evans has been a counselor at Hoffman Estates for the last 4 years and is currently the college and career counselor. And this is Patrick's first year as the head BPA sponsor.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Dr. Small and the Board of Education and all the administrators here who are recognizing the students and all their amazing achievements. The following students I'm going to be recognizing earned first place in parliamentary procedures at Hoffman Estates for BPA. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Manan Patel. Next up, we have Isha Subramanian. Dia Patel. Hatarth Dolakia. And last but not least, Kush Patel.
All right, now we'll move on to bowling. Ruben Inahosa is a teacher, a wellness teacher at Fremd High School since 2001, where along with bowling, he has also coached golf, gymnastics, wrestling, and now we've added football to the resume this last season. Not all at the same time, but he's coached them all. Ruben started coaching bowling in 2013, and the following year he was hired as the head coach. Ruben.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, board. Thank you, Lisa. So today we're going to honor Ellie. We met her last year, and this is Ellie Banzin with her parents, Nikki and Jim. And walking with Ellie is Alec Thorson, who's been a great part of our program. He helps out Ellie with everything that she needs to do and accomplish, and her parents getting her there. It's just been a lot of fun having Ellie with us. So this is the second year that Ellie has made it downstate. This year she was able to get downstate by being regional champ at the Hoffman Estates Regional. That qualified her to go downstate. And then when she went downstate, a little less nervous this year, which was awesome because she bowled the best that she's bowled since she's been a part of the team. During the regular season, she's on the regular JV team, and this year she ranked 19th, so she got a JV medal for conference in 19th place amongst all bowlers, and then after that she qualifies for the IHSA state tournament in the wheelchair division. And so she went downstate this year, and she was bowling awesome, the best that she's bowled. She bowled her best, highest game of a 171 and was leading the pack after 5 games. And then the 6th game came, and the other girl just bowled a little bit better than her, and she took 2nd place by 20 pins. But super proud of her, super exciting, and we got another year and another chance. So, Ellie Van.
All right, now we'll move on to gymnastics. Terry Theobald has been coaching girls gymnastics at Palatine High School for 43 years. The last 30 as the girls' head coach. Terry has also been inducted into the Gymnastic Coaches Association Hall of Fame in 2002. Terry.
Thank you, board. It's been a while since we've been here, but we're here. I'd like to thank the board for everything you guys do. This year, our varsity team, we were 6-2. We won the Palatine Invite. We were regional champions, and we qualified our team to sectionals. We have a special person we want to recognize tonight, Riley Strahl, Sr. Her parents, Lisa and Jeff. Riley's a 4-year varsity member of our team, and at state meet this year, which was held at Palatine High School, on prelims, on even bars, she scored a 9.375. She was third out of 65 gymnasts in prelims. In finals, she scored a 9.25. She tied the next person up for fifth place and got a medal and got on the podium. And she also is on the top 10 board at school with a 9.375. So congratulations.
All right. Next, we have Casey Cronforst. She is the head gymnastics coach at Fremd High School, which she has been since 2017. Prior to her time at Fremd, she coached in the USA Club Gymnastics since 2006. During her time at Fremd, the Vikings have won multiple conference and regional championships.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you to the Board of Education for having us. Abby Galicio here, qualified for state on bars. So Abby's season started off a little rough. She had 2 ankle injuries at the start of season and could barely walk for the first half of season. But she fought her way back and she got first place on bars at regionals, second place at sectionals, and like Coach Theobald said, she got 5th place at state with a 9.25.
All right, now we move into the pool. Andrew Adams. Andrew Adams is currently a middle school social studies teacher and the head boys swim coach at Fremd High School, and this is Andrew's 4th season as the head coach at Fremd.
All right, thank you for having us. So boys swimming at Fremd ended the season tied as conference champions with Barrington. We finished 3rd as a team at sectionals, qualifying a relay as well as a few individuals. Our first individual who's not here right now because he's currently competing at junior nationals is Jaden Heinlein. He qualified in 2 events, ultimately taking 3rd place overall in the 100-yard backstroke. Our 2 individuals that are here tonight, Sean Grady. Sean is a 4-time conference champion and a 4-time conference record holder. He earned 4 state medals this year, bringing his total up to 8 in the 200-yard, 50-yard, and 100-yard freestyle, as well as the 100-yard breaststroke for athletes with disabilities. Our next athlete is Ben Mears. Ben has, as a senior, has accumulated 7 pool records across the conference and various schools in the state. As he ends his career as a diver, he finished with his best or highest scoring position at the state, 11th overall, and 11 dives.
All right. Now on to wrestling. Jeff Keski. Jeff Keski is a wellness teacher at Fremd High School, and he has also been the head wrestling coach, which this is his 5th season as the head wrestling coach. Jeff?
All right. Wow, look around the room. It's awesome to see so many parents, coaches, and athletes here. It's really cool to be a part of this moment. Here with his family, Jill, Grandma Yaya, his brother Caden, and sister Emmy is Evan Gaz. Evan's a sophomore. This year he finished the season 43-2, took 3rd place in state for the 2nd consecutive year. He has 85 career wins in 2 seasons, 46 pins. Both his losses in the state tournament the last couple of years were in the semis by an overtime loss and a 2-1 loss. He's wrestled in 15 tournaments in his high school career. He's won 12 of them. He's ranked top 100 in his class in the country. And then he's going to be representing Team Illinois this weekend at the bragging rights event, where he's going to wrestle against North Carolina, Indiana, and Michigan. Evan isn't just a wrestler, though. He's a multiple sport athlete, which is rare these days. He's a tailback and DB in football. But Evan also takes his education pretty seriously. He has a 3.5 GPA. So overall, we're just really proud of Evan, the way he represents our program, and looking forward to the future. Thank you to the 211 board, Mark Langer and Hamid Mariaskowi for supporting us this year. Thanks to everybody.
All right, now move over to Conan High School. Andrew Gildy's in his 6th year as an English teacher and wrestling coach at Conan High School, and this is Andrew's 2nd year as the Cougars head wrestling coach. Andrew.
First off, I'd like to thank Lisa Small and the Board of Education and District 211 for allowing me this opportunity to highlight our program and amazing student athlete from that program. I'd also like to thank Principal Julie Novak and our athletic director, John Kane. Without their support, our wrestling team would not be what it is today. As a second-year head coach, we've had a lot of success in our program. And one individual that I'm going to be highlighting today is Ethan Stiles. During his time here at Conan High School, Ethan had a record of 73-1. He has won every major tournament that he's been in. He won the Dvorak Wrestling Tournament, which is the biggest tournament in Illinois. He's won the Doc Buchanan Tournament, which is the biggest tournament in the West Coast. He's won the Ironman Tournament, which is the biggest tournament in the nation. While doing so, he won the Mendoza Award, which goes to the wrestler who scores the most team points in the tournament. And he helped Conant take 32nd out of 120 teams from across the nation. He capped off in an amazing career by winning the 160-pound state title this year. This was his 3rd state title, and he became the first ever 3-time state champion from in Conant's history. Moving forward, Ethan is going to be wrestling at the University of Nebraska, where he'll be representing District 211 as one of the best wrestlers coming out of the nation. Ethan, thank you so much for an awesome career.
All right, and we're going to finish up with girls wrestling. Most people don't realize that girls wrestling is in its 2nd year in existence in the state of Illinois, and District 211 has been on the forefront of giving this wonderful opportunity for young women. So I'm going to introduce some coaches to introduce some fabulous athletes that we have here. First, we'll start with Palatine High School. We're going to introduce Krista Semkiv. Krista is in her 2nd year coaching the girls wrestling team at Palatine High School. Krista has been a school social worker at Palatine for the past 3 years, and prior to working at Palatine, she was a social worker at Carl Sandburg Junior High. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkowski. I'd also like to thank Dr. Small and the board, as well as our boys head coach, Javier Rivera, for being here tonight and for allowing us to recognize our athletes, especially the female wrestlers over there. It's an incredible sport, the fastest growing female sport in the nation. So it's a pretty awesome opportunity. I have the honor of recognizing our senior athlete, Jasmine Hernandez. Jasmine is here tonight with her father, Sergio Hernandez, and younger brother, Christian Hernandez. Jasmine is a senior at Palatine High School, and during her career, she's accomplished the following. She has been a 4-time state qualifier, a 3-time state placer. However, COVID prevented her from placing her freshman year, unfortunately. She was a state champion her sophomore year, and throughout her high school career, she compiled a winning record of 106 wins and 5 losses. This season, she placed 3rd at state at the 155-pound weight class. Her record senior year was 36-2, and 33 of those wins were coming by pin. As a member of Team Illinois, she competed at Tulsa Nationals in Oklahoma and Junior Nationals in Fargo, North Dakota. She is currently ranked number 25 in the country at 155 pounds. In the fall, she will continue her wrestling career at Lakeland University in Wisconsin while studying nursing. Jasmine is also a member of the U.S. Army Reserves and plans to wrestle for the Army as well.
All right, next we have Brad Besmer from Conant High School. Brad Besmer is a physical therapist by day and has coached at Conant High School for the last 21 years. This year, Brad shifted his focus to the girls wrestling, and Brad is also a proud District 211 graduate.
I think it's fantastic you guys take the time to do this, so thank you. I would like to introduce one of Conant's exceptional student athletes, Manny Anderson. She's here with her parents, Jordan and Nancy Anderson. Manny has been really the face of Conant girls wrestling since our program began just 2 seasons ago. She's been our outstanding performer on the mat for sure, but probably more importantly, she's really played, I think, an enormous role in the establishment of a culture of hard work, accountability, positivity, respect, and excellence in our program. Before we even had a program, Manny was a fierce and outspoken advocate for the sport of girls wrestling and for the fair and equal treatment of female athletes in general. Since our program began, she's been our unquestioned leader, challenging the others, encouraging the others, and just kind of generally elevating the performance of everyone around her. She began the season already with the distinction of being our first ever IHSA girls wrestling state qualifier, our first ever IHSA wrestling girls state medalist. She finished the season as our first 2-time state qualifier, first 2-time state medalist. She gathered up a whole bunch of additional accomplishments along the way. She was undefeated in dual meet competition. She won 4 individual regular season tournament titles. 5, excuse me. She won the MSL conference tournament title. She won the sectional tournament title before finally climbing the state podium again for the second time, this time earning a 5th place medal at the girls state tournament. I'm exceptionally proud of everything Manny's accomplished on and off the mat, and we just really appreciate the opportunity to share with you guys a little bit about what Manny's meant to our program. So thank you.
All right, on to Schaumburg. Matt Gruska. Matt Gruska is in his 29th year teaching and coaching in District 211. For the last 15 years, Matt has also served as the mathematics department chair. Additionally, Matt has been an advocate for girls wrestling across the state, and this year he volunteered to host the girls wrestling sectional, which was the largest in the state, which included 298 wrestlers, almost 300 wrestlers that we had to get through across 14 weight classes. And I want to say, Matt, thank you for your work.
Well, and thanks to Eric and the board, because it takes a big support system to do that. I mean, we had so many coaches and so many people saying, you know, what a good job it was. And I think it really highlighted Schaumburg and 211. But the thing about wrestling is I get this a lot is because I've been with the boys so long, and now I switch over to the girls coach. I'm like, what is the difference? What's the difference between boys and the girls? And, you know, not much, but the girls train as hard. They work as hard. They watch their weight is just as hard. But I think the difference is like the in-between things. Like at the conference tournament, which Eric can attest, we had a little break between sessions, and they're playing music. It turned into a giant dance party. Everyone was dancing. I'm like, girls, we're getting ready to wrestle. They're like, no. And you just got to go with it. So you got to dance, you know? So that's the difference, but it's been extremely enjoyable, and especially enjoyable with dealing with these student athletes. So the first one I want to talk about is Madeline Hope Zarafa Lazad. No, I'm gonna get this. That's Dad Jovan. Lazdavich. Close enough. Okay, here we go. So, sorry about that. But Hope is a sophomore with us. She had a fantastic year this year. She won the conference tournament, which we had our first conference tournament this year, which was, like I said, that's where the dancing happened. But it was a great tournament. It was good for the girls. She took second in the sectionals, and she ended up placing 5th in the state. at 125 pounds. But to her credit, she had one of those matches downstate where everybody, it just happened to be in the middle mat, and everybody was watching the stadium. It was really cool because she went the 3 overtimes, and I scripted it for her, and it took her down to the last 6 seconds to make it happen. But it was just fantastic. And so I get 2 more years with hope. Next girl will be Valeria Rodriguez, here with her parents, Elizardo Franco and Epimenia Cruz. Got that. I got that name. So Val's been with me since like the beginning. Like, so as this program has started, she's like the one that I've leaned on, this everything. And this year she wrestled fantastic. She was a conference champion. She was a sectional champion. She took 3rd in the state. She's placed 3rd in the state twice now. And luckily she's a junior. She has to work on her shots, though. I keep telling her this. But she was named MSO West Wrestler of the Year, and so I'm looking forward to her next year, and that's Valeria.
All right, and finally, we'll introduce Hoffman Estates head wrestling coach Leo Clark Johnson. Leo Clark Johnson is in his 5th year coaching wrestling, football, and lacrosse in District 211, and this is his 3rd season as the Hoffman Estates head coach.
First, again, I do want to thank the board. They are the forefront of girls wrestling. Again, a lot of districts have to fight for coaches. They give us the coaches right away. So we appreciate them. I appreciate our principal, Mike Arthur, and I appreciate our athletic director, Steve Lackney. Again, without their support, I mean, we want to run a tournament. You guys got it, okay? So it's just a big shout out to what we're doing, especially we're breaking ground with girls wrestling, and 211's leading the charge like we should. So I want to introduce Hoffman Estates wrestler Sophia Ball. Her parents are Monica and Jim Ball. Sophia was the captain of the wrestling team. Their team was 25-6. She was a conference champion, a sectional champion, a 2-time state qualifier. She placed 5th in the state of Illinois. She was 42-6 this year. She had the most pins in program history with 37, and she was the first medalist in program history. So again, Sophia Ball, we're looking forward to the future. She's only a sophomore. We have 2 more years with her.
Well, I'd like to say congratulations to all of our award winners. Thank you for all the time, energy that you put into your sport, your events, your academics. You are truly amazing young people. Thank you to the parents for all that you've done to encourage them, to support them. And as somebody had mentioned, all the driving and the meals and things of that nature. It couldn't happen without you. Thank you for your support. That's what the kids need. And thank you to our outstanding coaches. They couldn't do what they do without these wonderful people that we have supporting your youngsters here. So thank you so very much. We are going to take a few minutes to take some pictures, and then we'll resume probably within about 5 minutes. The next part of our meeting is the public comments. And the board welcomes you and is pleased to listen to your comments this evening. It's important that you know this is a public board meeting and not a dialogue, so the board members will not be responding to your comments or answering questions at this time. As a reminder, the board meeting is being taped and live streamed. We ask that you value the procedures and decorum of our meeting and be respectful of those at the podium so they may be heard. When I call your name, please come forward to the podium and state your name for the record. Though not required, you may state if you are a resident of the district. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes. You will receive a notification when you have 1 minute remaining. Any individual's unused time or place in order may not be deferred to another individual. If you wish a response from the superintendent, please leave your name and phone number with Mr. Teneper. I will call the first name and then the second name also, the next person. First person is Mick Gasso, and followed by Joyce Slavic.
My name is Mick Gasso. I'm a former Palatine resident. I knew this district was in trouble regarding comprehensive sex ed when I tried to reach the assistant superintendent for curriculum back in August, and I left 3 messages, only to have none of them returned, a pattern that I've seen from that person and many others on the board to parents that has continued this whole time. My former colleague at Illinois Family Institute, Lori Higgins, on more than one occasion called District 211 the worst school board in the state of Illinois. I'm blessed to be IFI's Northwest Regional Director for the Public School Exit Team. IFI is a faith-based organization that's pro-life, pro-marriage, that's marriage between one man and one woman. You know, IFI, the organization that Ms. Higgins, the organization that a current board member called racist, anti-Semitic, and homophobic. And as Ms. Higgins said, probably because our biblical views on marriage and homosexuality. That same board member took down a YouTube video in which he referred to, quoting now, validating ignorant little white boys, end quote. Great example that board member is, and you have 2 more years with him. Ms. Higgins said the distinction as the worst leftist 211 board member didn't go to him, but to a member now who's running for re-election. That member, quoting Ms. Higgins now, takes special pride in exposing children to all manner of inappropriate sexuality topics while mocking and condemning conservatism, end quote. D211 needs people with conservative values, regardless of religious belief, who don't want to see their kids' innocence taken away. Not a board president who interrupted a recent speaker for what she later said was for safety reasons, or a blard who blocked a mom's emails at 6:52 before the last meeting. While my primary purpose will and always will be to get kids out of these state-run indoctrination centers, I worry about the mental health of kids who will be subjected to CSE. Most experts agree the frontal lobe, the center of reason, doesn't fully develop until about age 25. Until then, highly impressionable teens may succumb to their feelings and become vulnerable to manipulation and suggestion of adults, like having a teacher like the one in Ohio who asked students to write a sex scene that they wouldn't show their mom. D211 might become like Mundelein High School District 120, who brought in Lurie's Children's Hospital and the Beyond Binary program, which recommends a binder exchange program to help assist teenage girls in binding their breast, a kid-friendly website for gender-affirming gear, and an LGBTQ-friendly sex shop for teens. 211, you may be next, especially with Lurie's having spoken to teachers in Feeder District 15 in January. Last month, a 211 speaker said, quoting now, these extremists come with folders about religions and homeschooling that they hand out. They speak during public comments in large numbers with a creepy obsession over sex and a desire to ban books, end quote. Like me? Ban books? Hey, how about genderqueer? That if you showed that book to a 15-year-old on Roselle Road, you'd be arrested for pornography. Maybe that's why we have that desire. And homeschooling? You mean where student scores roar, where students strive and thrive emotionally, spiritually, and academically? Unlike Hoffman Estates High School, which is rated exemplary by the state, but found 67% of their students not proficient in English language arts last year at a cost of $22,000 per student. Or Schaumburg High School, also rated exemplary, where we found 61% not proficient in English language arts. And that was at a cost of $20,000 per student. Yes,
You have 1 minute
homeschooling.
remaining.
The worst school district, Illinois? Probably. Jesus said in the New Testament in Matthew 24:43, but know this, that if the master of the house had known at what time of the night the thief was coming, he would have stayed awake and would have not let his house be broken into. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, there are only two genders, the thief is in this district, coming to get your children's innocence. Save that innocence on April 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Slavic, followed by Wayne DeLonker.
Hi, my name is Joyce Slavic. I am a parent and community member in the district. The D211 candidate forum that was held last night at the Schaumburg Library was a very well-done event. It was hosted by the League of Women Voters and Delta Sigma Theta sorority alumni. Most of the candidates did show up. At the forum, there was a question if candidates agreed with hiring a lobbyist in coordination with D15 and D214 to help influence legislation regarding the Bears property at Arlington Park to protect our interests. Most candidates there were in agreement that hiring a lobbyist was an obvious thing to do. I agree, no brainer. As Jane Russell stated at yesterday's forum, if you're not at the table, you may well be on the menu. At the last board meeting, however, it was quite striking that Mr. Kramer stated that we shouldn't even consider hiring a lobbyist until after legislation passed. Seriously? After the legislation passes, it's obviously too late to have real influence on new legislation, and everyone else on the board seemed to realize that. Probably most of our D211 students would realize that from our Constitution classes. Then Mr. Kramer stated that we didn't really need that tax money anyway. As a taxpayer, community member, and parent, I truly care about our public schools and do not want them shortchanged. I believe that a big organization like the Bears should be paying their fair share. I'm glad the board passed this recommendation, but it was yet another example in which Mr. Kramer came to a meeting where he did not seem prepared and created dysfunction. I realize being a board member is a lot of work, it's a difficult job, but being prepared should be a minimal expectation. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne DeLonker, followed by Kim Pinkerman.
My name is Wayne DeLonker. I'm a resident for 50 years in 211. I have two kids that went through the program, and I thank God they went through years ago when they don't have to go through what's going through in the school district right now. What you guys did by passing SB 818 was just definitely evil. You should never be allowed to teach my children what I want to teach my children. If you have a homosexual parent or a gay parent, whatever they be, let them teach their children that type of sex, not us, not you guys. You guys have no right to teach my children anything. And the school districts have definitely gone downhill since my kids went through it. And I think it's mostly the administrators. It's not the teachers. We have great teachers. It's the administrators that make those teachers do certain things that I don't think they want to do. But you people on the, actually, from the board, there's a majority, and the majority is just plain evil people. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Pinkerman, followed by Stacy Gale.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kim Pinkerman. I have 3 kids from high school. I just wanted to make a couple comments. I was at the February 28th D211 Teacher Advisory Committee on Safety and Student Discipline. It was run by Matt Hildebrandt, and then Mr. Curtis was there with us. I do believe that it was a really good meeting. It was a very long time coming, but I think it was a great way that we got to learn some things, share some ideas, and have a conversation. Some of the main points that are to still be discussed, kids are really afraid to go into bathrooms and avoiding them to the point where they are not using facilities all day. That was talked about, brought up by many parents. Violence and fights are becoming the norm in District 211, and there are no consequences to bad behavior. On one of Matt's slides on his presentation was on Public Act 99-056, which is SB 100, which was effective on September 15th of 2016. This modifies the authority of school district and charter schools to suspend and expel students and impose new requirements for school removals. School officials shall make all reasonable efforts to minimize lengths of suspense, and out-of-school suspensions only are to be used if students present poses a threat to safety or actual disruption to other students' learning and opportunities. One of the fathers during this meeting did try bringing up politics, and he was kind of shut down and said, "We're not discussing politics here." But after that slide, it really kind of got you to think a lot of what is being done now and what is being done in this topic is because of what the limitations are being put on the district for SB 100. It's all based on politics, and politics shouldn't be here. Another topic brought up was if the teacher should intervene or help break up fights. Matt told us that this was up to each teacher or employee to decide if they would step in or not. They are trying to hire a facility that have military or police training. I have friends that are retired police officers that are doing that. I think that's a great idea. But there's a board policy, JAA, corporal punishment and use of physical force. Mr. Kramer, you were part of that. Nowhere in this proposal does it say that faculty can decide to step in and use force to maintain safety and order. I would like to discuss this further at our next meeting, and thank to Mr. Bradley, who had brought up that he thinks we should have a new meeting, so we're waiting for the date for that to come out. Also, a great thing about that meeting is Schaumburg and Conant's SROs were both at that meeting. It was absolutely wonderful to talk to them. They answered a lot of our questions. They are present in and around about the schools. They're getting to know the kids. At our next meeting, I would also like to request that Palatine, Fremd, and Hoffman's SROs are at the meeting also. They really are a great access to our school and can make a great impact on our children and our faculty's well-being and safety. I would also like to give a quick note to Kim Cavhool. When I sent an email to the board expressing my concerns over the last major fight at Fremd, there was a child that was beaten so badly by another girl that the paramedics had to be called. And your response, and I have it here with me tonight, is thank you for writing me. I share your concerns. Violence is unacceptable, and I'm following up with Dr. Small. We knew a bunch of people that wrote to you. You sent the same response to everyone. I thought that was really pretty kind of pathetic. I hope when your children, you've said in these meetings that your children are starting in Palatine shortly. I hope maybe you pay a little bit more attention to when your kids are now subject to the things that some of our kids here are being subject to, that maybe you'll take a little bit more interest in the future. Anyhow, it was a great meeting there, so thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Stacy Gale, followed by Amy Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Gale, and I'm a resident of District 211. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Hildebrand for hosting the first ever district-level Parent-Teacher Discipline Advisory Committee. I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to the next one. It was nice to have the opportunity to have open dialogue with parents, teachers, administrators, Mr. Bradley, and the wonderful SROs. I would also like to say I was very surprised when I read the agenda did not include discussion of the March 6th recommendation from the Office of the Attorney General regarding the request for review of the Open Meetings Act violation for the District Student Wellness Committee. As you know, the Office of the Attorney General determined the request for review is untimely, and this office is unable to take further action, which is unfortunate. But more importantly, it said, if the committee exists to advise the superintendent administration and not the board, it may not be a public body for reasons explained in Pope versus Parkinson. It goes on to say, if it has not already done so, this office recommends that the district to consider these distinctions and the relevant factors for advisory and subsidiary bodies. Do you realize an Open Meetings Act violation is serious business? Anna, why didn't you add it to the agenda for this month? Ms. Cavill, as a board member seeking re-election, who sits on the committee, did you take the time to read the letter from the Office of the Attorney General and research the cases referenced, or did you simply defer to Dr. Small and Mrs. Klimkowitz? The board should have realized the Attorney General determining the request was untimely, then giving a directive was doing you a favor. He gave you the opportunity to fix the problem, but now it's too late. The next Wellness Committee is before the April board meeting, and so the board can take no action to rectify this issue. Instead, you arrogantly ignore the recommendation from the Office of the Attorney General. Even better news is that the last student wellness meeting was less than 60 days ago, so another request for review can be submitted. I sure hope you are confident in your decision to ignore the recommendations. An Open Meeting Act violation is quite serious. I hope, at a minimum, you agree to add this to a topic for discussion at a future meeting. For the record, I'm going to read the entire final paragraph from the March 6th letter. Accordingly, if the board created the committee and any subcommittees it may have to advise the board on matters concerning student wellness, the committee and any such subcommittees may be public bodies subject to all of the requirements of the Open Meetings Act, depending on their characteristics. If the committee exists to advise the superintendent and administration and not the board, it may not be a public body for the reasons explained in Pope v. Parkinson. If it has not already done so, this office recommends the district to consider these distinctions and the relevant factors for advisory and subsidiary bodies. I look forward to hearing your discussion.
Thank you. Amy Nelson, followed by Terry Paulson.
Good evening. My name is Amy Nelson. I am a resident of this district and had two children graduate from Palatine High School several years ago. I don't like confrontation. Okay. At last month's meeting, Board President Klimkowitz allowed a community member to spend her time at this podium attacking and insulting community members, calling them yet again right-wing extremists. For anyone wanting to fact check me, go to the recording of last month's meeting at approximately the 1 hour, 50-minute mark. And yes, I'm going to be petty at the front end of my comments because I am beyond sick of this intolerance toward those with beliefs and priorities that differ from them. This community member went on to talk at length about what she didn't like about another community member's comments at a previous meeting. She made two comments that propped up Ms. Cavill and Mr. Rosenblum, and then made snide and disparaging comments toward Mr. Kramer and Mr. Dombrowski. As she talked about her neighbors, because that's what we all are to each other, only being here to, quote, cause trouble and then high-five each other in the parking lot, unquote, she didn't seem to be willing to acknowledge that there are some parents here who have young children to take care of at home. These meetings can go long, as I can personally attest to. Sitting here for 5 hours is not the most exciting way to spend a Thursday night. How does she know that they don't go home and listen to the rest of the meeting online? Intolerance and judgment, that's how. Really awesome adult behavior to model, isn't it? This community member then continued on, saying about Mr. Kramer, and I quote again, "They also miss seeing Mr. Kramer avoid voting more than a dozen times in the last 2 years. I don't know if there are issues he doesn't understand, or he just doesn't have an opinion on many board issues, so he abstains or votes present," unquote. I'm guessing that the number of votes that Mr. Bradley has missed due to his complete absence from 7 board meetings over the past 23 months far exceed those dozen motions that Mr. Kramer has selectively and purposely chosen not to vote on. Now, which board member is it that maybe doesn't have an opinion on board issues? And why did she only point out Mr. Kramer's alleged dereliction of duty? As parent and community member Jennifer Dahl began to make her public comments, which included addressing the absent Ms. Cavill, President Klimkowitz interrupted her and said these words, "I'm going to interrupt. I would ask that you would speak about a topic instead of a person, a sitting board member. Please be respectful. I'm very concerned about possible disparaging remarks and something that might be extremely insensitive. Please speak to the entire board." I'm wondering if Ms. Klimkowitz forgot that just a few minutes before, Ms. Slavic insinuated that Mr. Kramer was too dumb to understand the issues. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm pretty sure that if Mr. Kramer is capable of flying giant helicopters while serving this country in the Navy, he can understand the issues facing our school district. So can we keep this going? Month after month, we could all get up here and dispute what someone said last month. But is that really what you should be hearing from the public? I don't think so. Call me extreme, but I think the appropriate things you should hear about are things like parent concerns regarding school safety, curriculum questions, fairness and equity in test prep, student discipline, students' mental health. Ironically, all things that have been addressed from this podium by those right-wing extremists. Last month, I spoke to you about needing to find a way to come together. As a board, I am begging you to stop public comments from becoming a platform to attack fellow community members. Public comments are intended to be addressed to you, the board members, not the unelected people in the room that we don't like. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Paulson, followed by Vicki Wilson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As you know, my name is Terry Paulson. I'd like to share a recent news article with you. It's entitled, "I Thought I Was Saving Trans Kids, Now I'm Blowing the Whistle," by Jamie Reed. Jamie Reed, a former case manager at the Washington University Transgender Center at St. Louis Children's Hospital, said she quit in November after 4 years because, quote, "I could no longer participate in what was happening there." Reed describes herself as a queer progressive married to a trans man. Here's what she writes. Until 2015 or so, a very small number of boys comprised the population of pediatric gender dysphoria cases. Then, across the Western world, there began to be a dramatic increase in a new population, teenage girls. Many with no previous history of gender distress suddenly declared they were transgender. When I started, there were probably 10 such calls a month. When I left, there were 50, and about 70% of the new patients were girls. Sometimes clusters of girls arrived from the same high school. Frequently, our patients declared that they had disorders that no one believed they had. We had patients who said they had Tourette syndrome, but they didn't, that they had tic disorders, but they didn't, and they had multiple personalities, but they didn't. The doctors privately recognized these false self-diagnoses as a manifestation of social contagion. But when I said the clusters of girls streaming into our service looked as if their gender issues might be a manifestation of social contagion, the doctor said gender identity reflected something innate. Girls were disturbed by the side effects of testosterone on their clitoris, which enlarges and grows it into what looks like a microphallus or tiny penis. I counseled one patient whose enlarged clitoris now extended below her vulva and it chafed and rubbed painfully in her jeans. At the end of the call, I thought to myself, wow, we hurt this girl. Besides teenage girls, another new group was referred to us, young people from the inpatient psychiatric unit of St. Louis Children's Hospital. The mental health of these kids was deeply concerning. There were diagnoses like schizophrenia, PTSD, bipolar disorder, and more. This was tragic but unsurprising given the profound trauma some had been through. Yet no matter how much suffering or pain a child had endured or how little treatment and love they had received, our doctors viewed gender transition, even with all the expense and hardship it entailed, as the solution. Some weeks it felt as though almost our entire caseload was nothing but disturbed young people. For example, one teenager came to us in the summer of 2022 when he was 17 years old and living in a lockdown facility because he had been sexually abusing dogs. He'd had an awful childhood, and somewhere along the way he expressed a desire to become female, so he ended up being seen at our center, and our doctors recommended feminizing hormones. One of our doctors actually testified in a custody hearing against a father who opposed a mother's wish to start their 11-year-old daughter on puberty blockers. I had done the original intake call, and I found the mother quite disturbing. She and the father were getting divorced, and the mother described the daughter as, quote, a kind of tomboy. So now the mother was convinced her child was trans, but when I asked if her daughter had adopted a boy's name, if she was distressed about her body, if she was saying she felt like a boy, the mother said no. I explained the girl just didn't meet the criteria for an evaluation. Then, a month later, the mother called back and said her daughter now used a boy's name, was in distress over her body, and wanted to transition. This time, the mom and daughter were given
You
an
have 1 minute
appointment.
remaining.
Our providers decided the girl was trans and prescribed a puberty blocker to prevent her normal development. The father adamantly disagreed, said all this was coming from the mother, and a custody battle ensued. After the hearing where our doctor testified in favor of transition, the judge sided with the mother. Experiments are supposed to be carefully designed. Hypotheses are supposed to be tested ethically. The doctors I worked alongside at the Transgender Center said frequently about the treatment of our patients, quote, "We are building the plane while we are flying it," end quote. No one should be a passenger on that kind of an aircraft. So I'm going to ask all of you, or at least the 5 of you, again this month. Do you understand which side you're on? Your gender affirmation policy.
Your speaking time has ended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicki Wilson, followed by Kathy Riesberg.
Good evening. I'd like to start with one simple question that I saw posted on Facebook today with regard to the upcoming election. How is it even legal for people who will vote to approve union contracts to receive campaign funding from unions? For ethical Illinoisans who still have working moral compasses despite the moral rot we experience daily, it's so glaringly obvious how unconscionable the union involvement in our local Board of Education election is. The money and the manpower they put into these elections so they can pick who they have sitting on the other side of the negotiating table in June 2024 when the current contract expires certainly should be illegal. And just because it is not in our morally corrupt state doesn't make it right or good. There can be no honest negotiation when the union is on both sides of the table. This should be obvious. It is obvious. But you just don't care. 5 of you just don't care. It is one of the biggest responsibilities of a board member to oversee the teacher's contract. It's the biggest expense for our community. To our District 211 teachers, you don't have to take your marching orders from folks who cannot clearly see this is a massive ethical violation. You can vote your conscience. To Board Member Cavill and Board Member Rosenblum, you've proven to every community member with every Facebook and Instagram ad we see, every yard sign we see, the professional photos we see, the professional website you have going with the current election, paid for by the Northwest Suburban Teachers Union, you've shown that you would fail Ethics 101. To board members Kramer and Dombrowski, thank you for being the only 2 out of the 7 to ever run an independent campaign, to never engage in this massive conflict of interest. This is the textbook definition of a conflict of interest. What are we teaching kids when people overseeing our schools engage in this corrupt behavior and somehow justify it in their heads that it's okay? Or you just don't even think about it at all and you just don't care? So to the teachers and every community member listening, please vote your conscience. Vote for a fair negotiation. The kids are watching. Be a good example to them. Because anyone who can't see what's so obvious belongs nowhere near our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Riesberg.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Riesberg, and as a taxpayer for 45 years in this community, I want to thank all of you on the board, and I want to thank all the students, staff, and community members who courageously stand up and speak for the freedom to learn for all our students and for the basic human right for all students to have free access to a complete and whole education in an emotionally and physically safe environment. And while we can all agree that parental rights are important when it comes to thinking about our own individual child's education, these parental rights do not give parents the moral or any spiritual ground to amplify unfounded fears, spread disinformation, relentlessly berate school board members, or trample upon basic human rights of other people's children while attacking the foundation of our multicultural democracy through the persistent denigration of all things related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that is why it's so important that I stand here today to share with you that I'm so grateful to be surrounded by a community that is unified and values what matters most, the physical and emotional well-being of our children, who, according to a recent research study, are at greater risk for dying in the U.S. as a result of gun violence and suicide than any other reason. And we know for a fact that our children's lives are not on the line as a result of being taught in a manner that expands their empathy and understanding for folks of color or the LGBTQ community, or being taught age-appropriate sex education, or by reading books of their choice. Yet some dark money-funded politicians are keenly aware of what the English philosopher Sir Francis Bacon wrote in 1597, that knowledge is power. And they also know that power gained by an in-depth and honest education has historically created pathways of independence, confidence, skill development, agency, achievement, leadership, and success for all people, including women and other often marginalized groups, such as people of color, our LGBT community, and our own interfaith friends in the Jewish, Muslim, and other faith communities. Fearful of having to share some of their own power, some of these dark money groups have systematically used abuse of fear-mongering and a campaign of disinformation to get us to look away from the real threat to our communities and our students: unsecured guns in homes, gun violence, suicide, family violence, and the overwhelming need for mental health resources for our students and our families. However, there is hope, and I am confident that as a community and as a nation, we can unite around a common vision of the importance of strengthening our multiracial democracy and our public schools while creating physically and emotionally safe learning environments that honor diversity, equity, and inclusion, and respect for all students. And I do believe that we can find the courage of one of my heroes, whom I would like to honor today, on this, the 16th day of Women's History Month. We can learn so much from Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala, who stood up as a teenager to the violence of those who would limit and restrict access to education for some children in her country of Pakistan. Her words have inspired the world, especially her words that serve as a reminder to anyone who hopes to restrict the freedom to learn or wants to ban books here in this community or anywhere in the U.S. Malala said, "The terrorists thought that they would change my aims and stop my ambitions, but nothing changed my life except this: weakness, fear, and hopelessness died. Strength, power, and courage were born." My thanks again to all of you on the board, and a happy St. Patrick's to everyone.
Thank you. That will take us to our next public hearing, which is on the proposed reduction in force of teaching positions. The recommended action is that the public hearing on the proposal to conduct a reduction in force of teaching positions in Township High School District 211 is now open. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. We did have one person that signed up to speak, Stacy Gale.
Hello, my name's Stacey Gale. I'm a resident of District 211. Last night, I attended a candidate forum hosted by the League of Women's Voters, and one of the questions asked the candidates what they would do to address the teacher shortage. Ms. Cavill claimed there is a shortage. Mr. Kramer wasn't sure. Dr. Small, would you please inform all board members and the public as to whether or not District 211 is experiencing a shortage of teachers? Is there a shortage of teaching assistants? Is there a shortage of counselors? Is there a shortage of social workers? If there is no shortage, then why are the union-endorsed candidates claiming there is? If there is a shortage, why are you riffing staff at this time? Ms. Cavill, last night you claimed there is a teacher shortage, and you stated we need to keep the teachers we already have. We need to treat the ones we have well and keep the ones we have. We need to be proactive with recruitment. Mr. Rosenblum, you stated recruiting is your specialty. You stated the district needs to identify, attract, and develop our staff. The district needs to provide emotional and mental support for our staff. You even went so far as to say the district should consider giving teachers referral bonuses. If there is a teacher shortage and it is challenging to recruit, and if you truly care about teachers' emotional and mental well-being, why would you vote to approve this recommendation? The time is now to be proactive with staffing. Build bench strength, which will provide flexibility to creatively address learning loss. Allow the students to build relationships with teachers' age who could extend into the summer and into the next year. If you are fortunate enough to have a staff making connections with at-risk students, provide stability and support of growing relationships. I realize it is standard practice to riff at this time of year. The effects of COVID are long-lasting, and therefore it is important to think outside the box. Use ESSER funds to support academic and mental health instead of HVAC. Mr. Rosenblum and Ms. Cavill, you currently have a seat on the board. Take action today to direct the administration to be proactive in their recruiting. Keep the teachers we already have. Provide job stability, which will lead to improved mental health. You promised to do these things if elected. I think now is the time to prove to voters you really do care about teachers and academics now. Let your record show your commitment to staff and students. I realize it's complicated, and if you want, you can brush off a community member who's asking you to think outside the box. Think long-term. Prioritize academics. You can simply claim we parents just don't understand, but I do understand. Companies do this kind of stuff all the time. You can build a strong bench and ensure smooth departures for retirees. This doesn't have to be an ongoing practice. However, if there is a shortage, why on earth would you release these employees? If there isn't a shortage, then why are the union candidates claiming there is? I look forward to Dr. Small's answer and board discussion.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board in regards to the reduction in force? Okay. If there is none, then the recommended action is that the public hearing on the proposal to conduct a reduction in force of teaching positions in Township High School District 211 is now closed. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill? Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. Right. That will take us to our next item, which is a presentation on the facilities and capital improvement and strategic plan update. Dr. Small?
It has been the longstanding commitment and expectation of High School District 211 to provide safe, functional, and adaptable facilities that contribute to the educational program and have a positive impact on student achievement. The strategic plan and the district's long-range capital outlay plan are designed to align with building utilization, improvement and maintenance schedules, and serve our educational goals. Chief Operating Officer Lauren Hummel and Director of Facilities and Purchasing Ricky Sparks will present an update on our facilities and capital improvement plan.
Thank you and good evening. In an organization of our size, facility improvements are an ongoing initiative which require detailed assessment and planning involving numerous individuals. In order to strategically plan for these improvements, the district developed a 10-year facility improvement plan, including a series of projects along with anticipated costs that have been incorporated into our long-range financial projection. The district is currently in year 6 of its 10-year plan. Tonight, with me, Director of Facilities and Purchasing, Mr. Ricky Sparks, and I are pleased to provide the board with an update on our long-range plan and facility initiatives with particular focus on those projects that are planned for this summer. Tonight's presentation includes updates on a series of topics, including the district's strategic plan in the area of modernization of facilities. We'll provide you with an update on our progress in our 10-year facility plan, with specific focus on those projects that are planned for this coming summer. We'll provide an update on the projects relative to our current health and life safety survey, and then we'll transition into talking about the planning for future projects and end with financial considerations. Section 9.4 of the board's strategic plan is to annually continue to improve safety and modernization of facilities. The targets that are identified in the plan are detailed in the 4 categories outlined on this slide. This presentation will provide a deeper review of the ongoing facility improvements in the 10-year plan, including improvements that have been approved by the board for school PA systems and applied technology cooling. In the category of safety and security enhancements, the district continues to partner with local law enforcement to strengthen safety and security protocols while also continuing to enhance our safety infrastructure. 2 critical components of infrastructure improvement include camera additions and upgrades and PA system improvements. The board approved architects and engineers to conduct a 10-year master facility plan. The plan will provide a comprehensive inventory of our primary facility systems, which I will describe in greater detail later in this presentation. Finally, ongoing energy efficiency initiatives are also being reviewed. Currently, the district has been upgrading lighting to more efficient LED solutions and continues to evaluate building automation systems to yield greater efficiency. Also, as mechanical equipment is replaced, new units are specified to have greater efficiency ratings, yielding further energy reduction. Additional information will be presented on this topic at a future meeting. The 10-year facility plan includes several upgrade projects that are detailed in this chart. All washroom renovations, stadium turf replacement and track refinishing, and kitchen renovations are complete. The remaining projects are ongoing, many of which are planned for this summer.
Good evening, Madam President and Dr. Small and members of the board. My goal this evening is to provide an update on the project scheduled for the summer of 2023. I will start with a list of projects taking place. The first project is going to be Conan High School locker room renovation. Then we were followed by Fram High School culinary lab renovation, roof replacements across the district, health and life safety projects, operations and maintenance facility improvement projects. The first one I'll speak to in detail is the Conan High School locker room renovation. The Conan High School locker room renovations include a complete renovation of the existing Conan locker room to align with the recent completed renovations at Fram and Schaumburg High School. The projects include new student lockers and benches, new privacy stalls and showers, updating plumbing and plumbing fixtures, new accessible student washrooms to align with the recently renovated washrooms, new accessible student showers, new accessible staff locker rooms with washrooms and showers, new PE staff office, new accessible officials locker room. The renovated locker rooms provide equal space for the boys and girls locker rooms. Training room renovations include new finishes, casework, and an office space. New finishes include new rubber flooring in the locker rooms, new towels in the washrooms, showers, and the new wall tiles. The mechanical systems and distribution systems for the locker rooms and gymnasiums are being completely replaced to meet current code and outside air requirements. New sprinklers are being provided in renovated areas, including the locker room, gymnasium, and offices. New ceilings and LED lightings in the locker rooms, washrooms, training rooms, and offices. New electrical panels for the areas being renovated. The next area for renovation is the FREM culinary lab renovation project. The existing FREM culinary and fashion spaces being completely renovated to align with the recently renovated culinary classrooms at Palatine and Colon High School. The projects include a commercial kitchen, new kitchen equipment, commercial kitchen hood, new prep room, teacher demonstration table, 6 new students groups workstations, including an accessible workstation. A new storage room is included for the fashion area, which is being relocated to an adjacent classroom. New ceilings and LED lighting, new electrical panels to service at renovated space. This design supports the modern curriculum. Next area I'm gonna speak to is the roof projects that's gonna take place this summer. It should be noted that the roofs scheduled for replacement range in the age from 26 years to 36 years. All of the roofs for this summer will undergo the same renovation process. They were removing existing roof systems down to the structural deck, install new insulation, install new roof membranes with adhesive free cold process adhesive. This new adhesive process will reduce the odor and smell normally associated with the hot asphalt adhesive. All of these roofs will be under warranty after the project is completed. The next area is life and health safety. We have paving and concrete work that's going to be taking place across the district. We're going to patch and repair lots and sidewalks across the district. We're going to install a new pad for 2 new propane tanks at Palatine High School. This is to support the transportation department as it moves from diesel fuel to propane. We're going to have a new PA system upgrade, the integration of the communication system between the classrooms and the office, an independent system design, enhanced safety and communication tools at Hoffman Estates High School and Frem High School. New equipment, we're going to be replacing the aging of mechanical equipment that's at the end of its useful life. Gymnasium floor refinishing. We're going to screen and recoat all the school's gym floors, a full sand and refinish floor for Frem High School. And then we're going to replace the floor, gymnasium floor at Colon High School. And finally, we have an IT server room project, which is going to include a fire suppression system, a new cooling system, reduction in the room size for more efficient cooling. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's that. Okay, for health and life safety projects, it should be noted that these 2 items on this project, phase 2 of the demountable walls project, this is the second phase that's going to be completed. The first phase was completed last summer, and then we have the chiller equipment replacement project for Schaumburg High School. This are, again, it's the last 2 items on a life safety survey.
To provide adequate time for product delivery and to encourage a more competitive bid process, the district bids many projects well in advance of their anticipated start date. The majority of the projects that have been discussed tonight have been approved by the board at prior meetings. On tonight's agenda, there are bids for consideration that include paving and gym floor refinishing. If approved, these projects will be scheduled for completion this summer. In order to prepare for these early bid schedules, planning is already underway for summer 2024 projects. While all summer 24 projects have not been fully defined in scope or location at this time, projects consistent with the strategic plan will continue to be reviewed with the Facilities and Safety Committee and will be recommended to the board as early as this coming fall. Future project considerations are consistent with those in our strategic plan and are planned over the next several years. Final building location will be determined based upon considerations for summer school and bidding efficiency as much as possible. Following completion of this coming summer's projects, the district will have 2 remaining locker room renovations, continued lab and classroom modernization across all schools, auditorium improvements at all schools, ongoing roof and equipment replacement, and 2 remaining schools to receive both PA system improvements as well as applied technology cooling. Earlier this year, the board approved completion of a 10-year master facility plan. Architects and engineers have begun the facility assessment process. Once it is complete, the final report will serve as a tool to help assess and plan for future facility improvement priorities across the district. The final report will include a summary of building facilities and systems, including a description of the general condition, the anticipated replacement date, and estimated replacement costs. The plan will serve as a guide when prioritizing future facility needs across the district and will also serve as a useful tool that provides continuity of facilities among our operations and maintenance staff. At a future Board of Education meeting, an updated financial projection will be shared, which includes all areas of the anticipated expense, including facility improvement costs. The summary on this slide provides estimated costs in all 3 categories of facility improvements. Life safety projects generally include roof and mechanical equipment replacement. While a new survey may not be complete, it is anticipated that we will continue to have replacement needs in these categories that would be categorized as routine maintenance projects from a budget perspective. As project schedules are refined in future years, budget amounts may vary by year. However, in total, costs are estimated to align with this projection. We're very pleased to be able to provide you with an update on the status of our 10-year plan with particular focus on those projects that are just around the corner for us this summer, and are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? I'll start on the right side here. Ms. Cavill?
Sure. I was going to ask about the specifics of the roof warranty. So for the parts that are being replaced over the summer, I looked in the report, and so I'm looking for more information about what that warranty actually covers and how long it is.
It's a 20-year warranty, and it covers all repairs that take place during the time frame of the warranty.
Does that assume, is there a clause in there that would require us to do regular maintenance in order to make sure that the warranty is still valid, or is that just a free and clear warranty?
There's no clause in there, but we do routine yearly annual inspections of the roofs.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Oh, I apologize. No? All right. Thank you very much for the presentation, and got a lot going on. Thank you. That will take us to our consent agenda items. And I did have a request to remove item number H from the consent agenda. Is there any other item that a board member would like removed? Okay. Then the recommended action would be, we're going to do it in 4 motions. First one would be that the consent agenda with the removal of the minutes of the regular meetings from February 16th, 2023, and the minutes of the special meeting from February 21st, 2023, and the removal of item H, resolutions authorizing intervention in proceedings before the State Property Tax Appeal Board, that they're being removed, and the rest of the agenda item is being approved as presented. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
Abstain.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Abstain.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. Okay, that motion passed. The second recommended action is that the minutes of the regular meeting of February 16th, 2023 be approved as presented. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
Abstain.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Abstain.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. And the motion passes. The next recommended action is that the minutes of the special meeting of February 21st, 2023 be approved as presented. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Abstain.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. And the motion passes. The last recommended action is that item H, resolution authorizing intervention in proceedings before the State Property Tax Appeal Board, be approved as presented. And let me see. The Board of Education approved the resolution authorizing intervention in proceedings before the State Property Tax Appeal Board, which seek assessed valuation reductions in excess of $100,000 for property tax year 2021. And further authorize Franzik as the Board of Education's legal representative to file requests to intervene in appeal proceedings forms with the Property Tax Appeal Board on the properties for which the district receives notification of appeal. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I think we're like in month 6 of this exercise. I'd recommend the board create a policy and define exactly what it is that we should be appealing at the PTAB level. I don't think we want to be chasing down condo associations where condo units are assessed at a $20,000 value and then put our attorneys on them and attack them, for just trying to keep their assessments down and get a fair assessment on their homes. If this board would like a policy where we define the winners and the losers, and we want to attack $1 million small businesses that provide jobs for our community, then that's something we should discuss and have that written. But I think that this 100,000 assessment threshold and going after homeowners associations in aggregate is not partnering with our community. Thank you.
Madam President, I support the system as it is already operating simply because we have the opportunity to review each appeal as they come before the board and make a yes or no vote. It's of no consequence to remove an item from the consent agenda and take a separate vote. The time saved is negligible at best. I think as well that the policy, as it's written, allows us to look at each of these appeals and then decide an individual yes or no. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to votes. I'd rather have that than have the policy be more specific and have the decision made for me in terms of making my judgment. So, though I certainly agree with parts of what Mr. Dombrowski said, I don't see how the policy as it's written prevents any of that from happening.
Madam President, I'd like reference to the policy noted by Ms. Cavill.
Can you clarify the policy?
I don't
that-
believe that we have a written policy on our PTAP appeals. I believe that's just standing practice.
Dr. Small, do you know offhand?
I do not know offhand, but it comes to the board individually each time for the board to take action on it.
Okay.
There are other districts that do it differently in terms of there's one motion at the start of a school year for the entire year. This board has always taken action at each board meeting with each individual PTAB.
Okay, so we have an opportunity at each time to discuss that.
Madam President, I'd like to provide more clarification. I'm happy with the system as it's currently operating, whether that be a policy or, as Mr. Dabrowski wants to point out, a threshold, whatever. I'm happy with the system as it's operating, simply because I don't see that system precluding individual approval over each appeal.
All right. If you want to bring this up as looking at a policy or something, possibly bring it up when we talk about future topics. And we'll leave this as it is, because we do have an opportunity to vote on it and to pull it. But we can talk about it as a future topic. Okay, any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Can you go back? What's the motion, please?
The motion is to approve the resolution authorizing intervention in proceedings before the State Property Tax Appeal Board.
Aye.
Item number H.
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
No.
Mr. Kramer?
Can we
We're-
clarify what a yes or no vote means?
All right, a yes vote means that we are approving the Board of Education to intervene in the proceedings before the State Property Tax Appeal Board, which seeks assessed valuation reductions. It's
So
allowing our attorneys to continue appealing those.
I was confused. Ms. Cavill, did you mean to vote no?
Yes.
You meant to? So no means that you don't want to appeal it.
I am not approving the resolution to intervene.
You are
This,
not
this is our regular one that we vote on, allowing our attorneys to intervene.
I understand what the
Okay.
resolution is, and I disapprove of it. I'm saying no.
Okay, all right, thank you. Clarification. All right.
Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Nay.
Mr. McGowan?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenblum?
No.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. All right, so then I have 4 nays.
Correct.
So the motion fails. I have to ask, what happens at this point? How does our attorney, they just don't proceed on this particular one?
That's correct.
Yeah, they will not intervene on our behalf. They may intervene on behalf of other taxing bodies, but for the purpose of our district, we will not be named as an intervener.
Okay, and part of the result of that would be, so if they do get a rebate in regards to it, then that tax gets passed on to other people.
And us as well.
Yeah, we're other people also. Okay. All right, then that takes care of our consent agenda. Just flip over here. And that takes us to our special reports. The first is the Freedom of Information Acts. If anyone has any questions. The next is the enrollment projections. Dr. Small?
The detailed information attached to the agenda regarding enrollment projections indicates maintaining our current district enrollment for the next 4 years, followed by a slight increase. Though these are only projections, we update them each year based on the information that we receive from districts 15 and 54. As evidenced by the action on this agenda for tonight for the reduction in force, each year we adjust our staffing based on the actual course selection completed by our students.
Any questions there? All right, then that'll take us to the Illinois High School Association Letter of Appreciation. Okay, then the next is unfinished business. There is none. That'll take us to new business. And under the new business, the recommended action is that the Board of Education adopts the attached resolution authorizing the reduction in force of all part-time, non-tenured teachers. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Dr. Small, is there anything you would add or be able to tell us about why we do the reduction in force, the pros and cons, and give us some information?
The next two agenda items allow for the honorable dismissal of staff members whose jobs are employed on an annual basis, as well as for our annual enrollment, course selection, and needs of the district. After our staffing needs are finalized, we do begin reemployment immediately for any of the staff that are involved in receiving a job back again. As you can note in the first one, this is the reduction of force of only part-time teachers. Our full-time teachers are already in place.
Okay, any discussion?
Dr. Small, do we have state mandated notice requirements? Do we have to give notice within a certain time frame?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that time frame is?
Yes. So 45 days before the end of the school year, notification has to be given to staff members that are it's in items 10A and 10B here. And then after that notification is given, we are able to rehire for what we need based on our staffing needs for the upcoming school year.
When do we generally get, when do we have that information on our needs for the upcoming year?
Teacher information, we already know. That's why our full-time teachers are already in place. Part-time teachers will be coming within probably the next 30 to 45 days, as well as any of 10B that we can hire because we know we need them. We will do so at that time frame also.
Any other questions?
Yes, Madam President. I would like to know in the last year of the reduction in force, what was the percentage that was rehired?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think that's an important consideration because isn't this a sort of a pro forma process where we release teachers and then bring them back to kind of eliminate the lower performing teachers?
No, we do it based on staffing.
Okay. So
Staffing, direct staffing needs based for the teacher world based on student selection, course selection.
So are these reductions that you're proposing, do we have reduced staffing?
In certain departments, yes, because the staffing fluctuates by department depending on the courses that the students select. The part-time teachers are on a semester contract. Their contract is over, but we are required to release them. And then we bring them back based on whatever need we have for the new semester contract.
So
That won't be full-time.
okay, so it's right that they're teaching assistant. I mean, they're part-time teachers, correct? They're released because that's what their contract says.
Mhm.
And then if there is room, if they're needed, then we bring them back in
On a new semester
on
contract.
a new semester contract.
Part-time teachers are always on a semester
And
contract.
these are not tenured track teachers.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. One is, thank you, Mrs. Gale, for your comments this evening. It is greatly appreciated and being taken under consideration, I'm sure. I have had the opportunity to see firsthand the emotional stress, uncertainty, and concern that this process puts on our staff when they get that letter in the mail, be it certified, and arrives at their home. And now they have they certainly have a level of uncertainty in their lives at that time. And I think that's very unfortunate. When you say we're required to release those teachers, can you explain to me a little bit more about how that requirement is in place? Is it a legislative requirement, a district policy requirement? How does that come into play as something we have to do?
On the attached agenda, you will see that there's a reduction in force section that was also on last month's agenda that explains which part of the statutes requires us to do that and how we are required to do that.
What I see in the information that's on the agenda is it talks about timing of 45 days notice. It talks about information about what criteria is considered as far as order of release and order of recall, but I'm not seeing anything in here. If you could point it out for me in this document, in the summary that we received with the motion, where the legislation is that says we have to do this. I don't see that.
So the Illinois Code of Statutes, which is referenced there at the very top, that's part of the school code.
When you say at the top, you're talking about
105 ILS 524-12.
12, okay.
And then there's another reference to legislation known as Senate Bill 7.
Again, those don't say we have to do this. It says if and when we do this, then you have to follow these rules.
So if we don't release them, they are automatically rehired, automatically.
Okay.
We don't have the staffing right now to automatically rehire all of them.
Are we able to release them during the school year, or we can only do it at this time?
Well, they had a contract for us for second semester, so they're still working for us right now. So we're releasing them at the end of the year. We're not waiting, because if we waited till the end of the year, we would have missed the 45-day notice, and they would have automatically been rehired.
And then we can, if we find as we're doing staffing for next year and or the summer, and we find that we have too many teachers, can we not take action with 45 days notice to release the teachers at that time?
No, it's 45 days notice from the end of the school year. If we don't release them 45 days prior to the end of the school year, they are automatically rehired for the next school year.
Okay.
Excluding summer. This does not involve summer.
45 days prior to the end of the school year, not 45 days after the end of school.
Correct. That's why we do this now.
Okay.
We could do it earlier, but we typically wait until we have some idea of staffing so that we can bring back our full-time teachers and have a contract ready for our full-time teachers, which is what we've already done.
Has there been any consideration or discussion regarding not having part-time teachers with a one-year contract, but maybe having based on staffing needs, extend that to a longer period of time?
We would be overstaffed. We staff according to the classes we have for them to teach.
And then my last question, thank you for those answers, is related to, maybe this comes into play in this, I'm not sure, but, during the time period for non-tenured status in Illinois is 4 years, which provides significant evaluation period for new teachers. I know there's legislation that's proposed and under consideration in Springfield to perhaps change that to 3 years.
That's correct.
Is there
And 2 years, 2 years and 3 years.
to 2 years and 3 years. Will that impact this action on an annual basis for our school district?
It would impact the order that if we were short to the point that we were, for some reason, riffing tenured teachers because our department needs had decreased so much, that would come into play.
Okay, and the fact that we have the extensive list of teachers here that are looking to be included on this list, this does not include all of our part-time teachers, or does it include all of our part-time teachers?
These are all of our part-time teachers.
So there is anticipation and forecasting that we will not need, at this time, any part-time teachers next school year. Is that correct?
No.
Then my question is, why are we releasing all of our part-time teachers and not a minimal, and not maintaining and retaining a minimal number of part-time teachers that are expected to be needed next year? And then if we need more, we have the ability to recall some of them.
because when we call them back, we recall them back at the need that we have them for, which may be maybe higher, maybe instead of a 0.6, it's at a 0.8, or maybe lower. But if we don't release them, they get recalled back at what they are.
If I could, I want to speak to what you're speaking to, Mr. Rosenblum. So like at District 15, for example, I mean, we've already talked about how a lot of this is influenced by state policy. So every district in the state wrestles with a similar thing. And I've certainly experienced it at Conyers Learning Academy where I work. We have this period, it starts now, actually. We were just all talking about it today, where our contracted therapists are kind of waiting to see what their load will be the next time. And then based on which kids are going to which programs, who's going to be teaching where, et cetera. And no, we don't like it. I don't like it. Nobody likes it. At the same time, when we speak to administration about it, it's all based on the number of kids we get about which kids are going to which programs. So when I look at this, it's more especially it's more complicated in the high school world as opposed to the middle school or, the elementary school world, where a certification is a certification for all subject matter, really, unless you have a specialty, reading intervention, et cetera. Here, a science teacher can't just go and teach English, right? So if the enrollments change, you can't so easily shift people to different subject matters outside of their expertise. So I certainly understand the complexity that throws into this process. My question, and speaking to the tension, the staffing and everything, is there any way to narrow the window of when we get our projections, so which kids are going to take which class, to provide us less of a gap in terms of this kind of instability, letting people go and then bringing them back on staff once we have those projections? Is there any way to get that information earlier, or if in doing so, would we be putting an undue burden on students to choose their preferred courses too early?
We currently have our student selection, course selection occurs in December and January, which feels very early to students because they're barely halfway through their school year. We do that so that we are ready with early staffing numbers as soon as possible so that we can bring back people when we need them and also start any hiring that we might need to do at that time.
So understand, you plan for the next year in December.
They do course selection for next year in December, and it takes us this long to go through the process of tallying it, deciding the number of sections, and then hiring the teachers behind it.
And some of the part-time people may end up coming back to us as full-time individuals. Would someone that is a part-time teacher possibly end up as a full-time teacher, but they wouldn't be tenured until they're with us for the 4 years then, correct?
That's correct. They would
Okay.
come back typically as a part-time teacher. They may become full-time maybe at semester if we added courses, but they would come back as a part-time teacher.
How quickly do we notify the teachers that we have an opening? When does that occur, that we're going to rehire?
The full-time teachers that we rehired are already done.
Okay.
The part-time teachers will be happening in the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay.
And in terms of what happens, we have conversations. They understand the process. They understand our timing behind it. When we speak to all of our teachers who are potentially looking for a full-time position, we ask them to stay in communication with their supervisor or their principal. And if they have another job offer, that we can have that conversation of where we are in the process in terms of what the possibilities are.
So we're doing everything we can to retain as many teachers as we can.
Absolutely.
All right. And this is not an easy task or a pleasant task to do when we end up doing this every year. All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah, the circumstances have changed. We just said that we're having problems finding teachers, and yet we're releasing teachers. And I think that maybe we can use these teachers to kind of bring back the academic success that we've been losing for the last 7 years, and especially with COVID. I think we can do something with these. I think if we, I mean, you want to have a class size of 10 or 15 or 20, why not have more classes and split that class? Even if there's only 2 students in it, why not teach that class? I think the circumstances have changed that maybe we don't need to do this.
I believe it's because there's a law in regards to this that we need to do this.
You don't have to release it.
But if we keep all of these, which would be wonderful if we could, and we may end up doing that. We don't know at this moment. We talk about fiscal responsibility. If we say that we're not going to do this, we have to keep them and we have to pay them.
Yeah, and there's a need to do that now.
Any other discussion?
I think, in speaking to this issue, I think in terms of improvement in the future, if there's a way that we could allocate more resources to speed up the tallying and allocation process to narrow that window so that at least the teachers that we know we're going to rehire back don't have to go through this process. If there was a way to achieve that, I think that would be great. Because at the same time, I do understand you don't want to have a bunch of surplus staff in other departments. You need to be flexible enough, especially to maintain a financially efficient budget. You know, I understand the balancing act there. And it does no good to have 6 extra part-time English teachers when you're short in math and science. So I understand, but if there is a way to speed up the process of tallying so that we didn't have to go through this process and the teachers that we know we're going to need the next year could then just be automatically rehired, I think that that would be positive. But I also don't think that that is the issue that's before us right now as a motion.
Any other discussion?
Technical question. These are non-tenured, part-time, and full-time teachers.
No, they are
Part-time.
non-tenured, part-time
Okay.
teachers.
Is a part-time, non-tenured teacher, how do they become part of the tenured track?
They have to have 4 consecutive years of full-time employment at the district.
Right.
Just one final point. I think it's important to reiterate that we support rigor and that the administration understand that. And from my perspective, and I don't know if the rest of the board would agree with this, if there is a high-level physics class that only has an enrollment of 7, I think it's important to maintain that as a rigorous track. Even if the numbers are down, I think we have to have a full complement of rigorous courses. Additionally, if there are 7 students who are looking for computer programming that may be offered at another school, we should also prioritize that rigor. And I think that's part of our staffing.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, if not, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Dombrowski,
Abstain.
Mr. Bradley,
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum,
Aye.
Mr. McGowan,
Aye.
Mr. Kramer,
No.
Ms. Cavill,
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Aye. The motion passes. And again, it's not an easy task or one that we really want to do, but unfortunately, we end up having to do that. The next recommended action is that it be resolved that all first-year teacher assistants and all first-year certified nursing assistants as presented not be reemployed for the 2023-2024 school year due to a decrease in the number of positions available at this time. Be it further resolved that said employees be notified by personal service by the Board of Education Secretary of their terminations and honorable dismissals as teacher assistants or certified nursing assistants in the school district in accordance with the Illinois School Code. If personal service cannot be made, the notice shall be sent by certified mail, return receipt requested. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion in regards to this motion.
So let me understand this correctly. So we have part-time teachers that are specialists in different subjects, correct? Like social studies or English or math, those kinds of things, right? And so the conversation is that we don't yet know what school staff needs will be, because we don't yet know the student schedules for those specific subjects to determine whether or not we need those part-time teachers. Is that correct? Okay, when we get to teacher assistants, are teacher assistants by specialty and subject, or are they more general in nature and able to be aligned to whatever coursework we have classes for?
Our teacher assistants are assigned either by the special ed department through the IEP process or to the EL department.
Okay, so there's over 70 teacher assistants on this list, over 70 that we're looking to release because they're in their first year. And they're going to be looked at in a similar fashion with, we're uncertain of the staffing needs for our teacher assistants next year. Is that correct?
That's correct. As our IEP meetings unfold, those will be determined.
So we don't know right now what students we have that are going to need teacher assistants next year. Is that correct?
The IEP meetings determine if there are any individual TAs that are needed. The IEP meetings are continued. We are holding our second, third, and fourth year teaching assistants as already hired, and our first year teaching assistants get placed as soon as all of those numbers are finalized.
So again, this is 70 individuals that we cannot right now determine we need any of them. So we're going to go through this process with them. We don't think we're going to need 20 of them and let their contracts auto-renew because we haven't had IEP meetings yet to determine whether or not any of them are needed. That's what you're telling me?
That's correct.
May I ask this question since you brought this up? How are the first year TAs then evaluated? Because how's the evaluation on the TAs? How would you determine which one, does a better job as opposed to someone else?
We have assistant department chairs that are part of the special ed department who would be involved with not only the department chair as well as the principalship in the rehiring process.
Right. Is that factored in anywhere here in our resolution of releasing everyone, or we're just?
No, it doesn't need to be. That's part
Okay.
of our rehiring process.
Okay, so we release all of our first year TAs. We're looking at the IEPs to see where the need is and being able to bring back those that
That we have positions for.
positions
Absolutely.
for.
Are these, it feels like you're referring to one-on-ones.
They could be, but they also could be assigned to classes that are sectioned, which is part of our sectioning that's happening now.
You said special education, essentially, and
Yep.
EL.
Any other discussion?
So to understand, these teaching assistants are tied to IEPs? Is that correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
They are either special ed teaching assistants, so all those students have IEPs, or they are tied to our EL program.
And they can, so they're responsible for one student at a time?
Not necessarily, but they could be.
Throughout the day or whatever. And the need's going down for that?
The needs are not fully determined yet.
Yeah, but have they ever changed?
Yes.
Have they gone down dramatically?
Yes,
I
they go up and down.
Has there been an increase in the number of IEPs through after COVID or a decrease?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Well,
So my question, so to Mr. Kramer's point, the word dramatically was used. What is an average that you've seen over the last 3 years as far as changes in student needs
So
to
these are
determine?
questions I can't do off the top of my head, so I would have to be able to get that back to the board if you need that information.
And I would remind the board members, we've gotten this ahead of time, and I know sometimes things come up at the table. However, if you have some specific questions, please share them with Dr. Small. so she can get the answer. So then you could ask the question here and we can all be informed of it. So, but hopefully we've gotten some questions and we'll ask Dr. Small to be able to get us some more information from the questions that have been asked.
So my understanding is that this requires a 30-day lead time to the end of the school year, correct?
A 30-day lead time.
So unless the employee is given notice of dismissal at least 30 days prior to the end of the school year, their contract will automatically be renewed.
That's correct.
So what's 30 days before the end of the school year? April? Something
I get a
like,
calendar.
will our next board meeting suffice for us to get more information, to make a more educated decision with either numbers or more data to support us releasing over 70 first-year teaching assistants? So the question is, our next board meeting is when?
April 13th.
April 13th. When's the last day of school?
Trying to pull up a calendar.
Madam President, I'd suggest that if Mr. Rosenblum would like the last day of school answered, that he provide that to the superintendent prior to the meeting.
May 26th.
Thank you.
What kind of information are you looking for?
So if we do not approve this evening, we still have another board meeting to get more information and make a more educated decision in relation to releasing over 70 first-year teaching assistants. That's where I'm going with that, Madam President.
Dr. Small, what are your thoughts in regards to that? How does that affect us?
As long as there's 30 days, they can still be released. If there aren't 30 days and we wait, then they all have to be rehired.
Dr. Smollett, when do you anticipate having the information that would tell us what our needs are in these areas for next year? Will you
Well,
have
I
that
can-
information by the
I won't
next
have all of it, but I'll have the question is the average over the last 3 years and the questions that were asked.
We know the number of students who have an IEP right now, correct? No, who are currently enrolled, who have IEPs. We know that number.
Correct.
Okay. And with their freshmen, sophomores, and juniors and seniors, the seniors are going to be gone. We don't. So the only number that we don't know is the number of incoming freshmen that are going to require IEPs. Does an IEP transfer from a grammar school to a high school? So then we know what the number is going to be for freshmen.
So there are meetings that occur for IEP students, every IEP student, doesn't matter what year, including our incoming freshmen. And if there are any unique needs that that student needs, every year they're analyzed and then put forth. The other component of our staffing deals with our scheduling. So if there is a class that's set to have a TA in it, we have to actually have the schedule to put the kid in the TA into the class. And what we have right now are just sections. We don't actually even have the setup for the schedule.
But the baseline is the number of students, which I
No,
think the baseline is not the number of students.
Not for TAs.
For IEPs, TAs are connected to IEPs, correct? And we know the number of students who are on the IEPs right now. We probably know what a trend is. Okay, do they come and go? Do they increase or decrease? I think you can make a pretty close estimate, like right now, of what we're going to need.
In my experience,
plus or minus 10%.
In my experience, IEPs get very complicated very quickly, especially, and because of that, and they're reviewed on an annual basis. The IEPs, if they do not change substantially from year to year, then it shows a lack of progress. That's an indication of a problem. And so you should expect a decent amount of change in each annual IEP. And so sometimes students need one-on-ones. Sometimes it's determined they don't. Sometimes, like for example, we'll have people in a room, one person assigned a one-on-one, another person is supposed to be there in a ratio of like 1 to 3. Another person has a different ratio because IEPs are just that. They're all very, very individualized. That's the whole point. So certainly, I mean, I'm interested to know the trends just like you are, et cetera. At the same time, I think it's important to understand the complexity of the situation. Most IEP meetings, again, in my experience, take the minimum of an hour if they're done properly, several. And it's not just with a teacher, it's with an administrator, it's with all support professionals represented. It's a very time-consuming, thorough process, which it should be in order to serve the needs of the student. So it speaks to the complexity of the issue is all I'm saying.
I would add to that because sometimes when you have students coming from the feeder schools, they may not necessarily come into the mainstream classes that we have. They may end up, possibly at Higgins, a variety of other places that they may end up. So just to say blanket that we're going to know how many are coming in, you do have to take a look at each one. And some of the kids may no longer need a TA, but they still need their IEP for some other specialized
I'm
day.
not saying it happens all at once. There's got to be a flow. We probably have some predictability on who's coming in and who may need what. When do we start the process of integrating IEP specifically from the grammar schools?
It's already begun and it continues
I mean,
for
we're
next year.
Okay, last year we're analyzing the need for IEPs for 8th graders, right?
The IEP meetings are occurring right now.
Okay, this is March. Why couldn't we do them earlier? In the fall.
Well, this progress of the student in terms of how they're progressing in their current year hasn't even begun yet if we do it in the fall.
No,
We're predicting what they need next year at the start of the year prior. That is not how the special education world works.
the start of the. Okay, so are we talking to 7th graders now who are in their?
No, the fall of 8th grade year, because right now we're in the spring of 8th grade year, which is when the IEPs are occurring for 8th graders. Incoming freshmen.
Because hopefully things change for the young person and they're improving and they may need some other needs or other reinforcements.
Or hopefully their skills have developed to the point where they no longer need a one-on-one and can succeed in an environment with more independence. I mean, that's supposed to be the philosophical point of the IEP. You're supposed to not ideally need your one-on-one once your skills develop to the point where you can be more independent.
So, Madam President, I realize we have a suggested motion in front of us, but I'd like to request a motion on the motion, a motion to postpone this motion until our next board meeting, for which we can hopefully have more information to make a better decision as to support this action.
Making that motion now?
I'd like to.
Well,
is that an amendment?
Can I make an?
No, he's not amending, he's making a motion to postpone.
Postpone this motion.
All right, and we need a second.
Second.
And Mr. Kramer has seconded
I
it.
have a question. What type of additional information are you looking for between now and the next 30 days?
Additional information as to the number of students or the differences for the last, I think I said, did I say 2 years or 3 years, Dr. Small? The last 3 years to show the fluctuation in IEP students, to determine whether or not we need to, most importantly to me, this is over 70 staff members.
It's probably more valuable to do the fluctuation of TAs hired than IEP students, because you're looking at how many TAs do you want to rehire?
I think it's both, because like you had said, IEP, the number of IEP students and their needs dictate how many TAs we need.
IEPs are the driver.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. We need to take a vote on it before we debate the postponing. So
we first need to vote on the
yeah,
motion.
we need to vote on the
release-
motion to no, you wanted to
postpone.
vote to postpone. So we need to put that out on, make it the motion.
So do we need discussion on my motion?
Discussion.
That was what Mr.
Stick to that.
McGowan's question was about.
Good. All right. Anything else on the motion to postpone? Any other discussion, debate on that? All right. So then the vote would be whether to postpone this motion to our April meeting or not, and it requires a majority vote. All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cabell? Aye. Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Present.
Mr. McGowan?
No.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. So the motion passes to postpone it until our April meeting. All right, that takes us then to the next item, which would be our graduation live streaming services for the class of 2023. And the recommended action is that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into a license agreement with the Now Arena at a total cost of $8,223.08 for live streaming services for the 2023 graduation ceremonies for Palatine High School, William Fremd High School, James B. Conant High School, Schaumburg High School, and Hoffman Estates High School. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, discussion? Dr. Small, is there anything you'd like to add?
Our schools continue to hold their graduation events at the Now Arena. The Now Arena works through SoundWorks to offer the ability to live stream the graduation services. Based on the previous school and parent feedback, it is recommended that the board approve this additional option for families and friends of our 2023 graduates.
Any discussion, questions?
I'm very excited to share with some of our community that they don't have to live stream it on their telephones, that they'll actually be able to have professional services zoom in and show some very good, hopefully very good clips and points of view of their graduating students during the ceremony.
We've had it previously, correct? Did we do this? No, we didn't. Okay. All right. Thank you. May I have any other discussion?
This is through the Now Arena, that's correct? It's not a bid service that is open for any vendor. It's sole sourced?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Cabell?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. Our next item is, the recommended action is that the Board of Education approve the purchase of two 2022 Ford Super Duty F-350 DRW XL four-wheel drive super cab pickup trucks from Township High School District 214 for $91,387.92, which is $45,693.96 each. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, discussion? Dr. Small, anything to add?
This one's pretty self-explanatory in the motion.
Okay.
Are these electric or gas powered or propane powered?
Propane.
They are, I believe they're gasoline powered, but I need to check that. They are not electric or propane. They're either diesel or gasoline. I
Did we
need to
look
check
into
that.
electric? I mean, are they available? That's a big truck.
These are trucks that were purchased brand new off a state bid and are being made available to us. So the availability of what was reviewed in this case is specific to these trucks. But they are, the use that we have for them is primarily in our winter season. They will be put into our snowplow fleet, which is why the size of the vehicle.
So these are vehicles that the state purchased that we're getting a deal on, basically?
They're off of a state cooperative, and then a neighboring district purchased them, and we are purchasing them from that district.
Are they used?
They are considered used as a title transfer, yes. But they are essentially new.
Warranty on the vehicle?
Yeah, they're fully warranted.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley,
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski,
Aye.
Ms. Cavill,
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum,
Aye.
Mr. Kramer,
Aye.
Mr. McGowan, Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Aye. All right, that will take us to the next recommended action, which is that the Board of Education authorize the district to purchase 4,300 iPads from Apple at a total cost of $1,264,200 and 4,400 cases from UZBL at a total cost of $101,200 to support the one-to-one learning program during the 2023-2024 school year. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Dr. Small?
These are the purchase of the iPads for our incoming freshmen as well as our faculty rotation.
What's the lifeline on these iPads?
I'm going to ask Chief Technology Officer Gary Gorson to join us for the questions. Gary, why don't you come up to the microphone? Did you hear that?
I did.
Thank you.
So has there been any consideration to put them on a lease program? Because I know the kids have an opportunity to purchase them at the end of their life. So if we decide on leasing, then we wouldn't have a burden of such a large payment up front.
We have not looked at the lease option, at least I have not. I don't know, Lauren, if you've considered that in the past. Since the start.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
hear the answer.
It's always been a purchase.
Always been a purchase.
Yeah, we may have. Maybe possibly in the first year, which was, possibly in the first year there was a lease, but we've been purchasing them outright for the past 9 years.
Madam President,
Yes,
what
sir.
do we do with the iPads that the staff return after 2 years?
They get passed down to the teaching assistants. And then any that are left over are sold to resellers.
When our students are able to purchase it, it's the students who are the graduating seniors that can purchase the iPads?
Yes, that's correct.
And do we have some students who choose not to purchase the iPads? Then what happens with those?
Yes, some students don't purchase, and the ones who don't, those are also sold to resellers.
On an individual basis, not an aggregate basis, one iPad we buy for how much?
It's a price, I think it's like $250 roughly,
And then a student buys it at the end of 4 years for how much?
for whatever the current market value for that iPad is, and recently that's been $100.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Rosenblum,
Aye.
Ms. Cavill,
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski,
Aye.
Mr. McGowan,
Aye.
Mr. Kramer,
Aye.
Mr. Bradley,
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz.
Aye. All right, that will take us to the first reading of some policies. And there's a couple that we can look at together, unless you want to go through each one separately. There's the management personnel fringe benefits, transportation personnel fringe benefits, the clerical and technology service employee fringe, and the custodial maintenance fringe benefits, along with food service personnel fringe benefits. Dr. Small?
Those 5 items reflect the reorganization of our policies in reference to employee benefits. Formerly, policies were in place for each individual non-union group. Over time, employee groups have changed status, and policies named per individual employee group are no longer appropriate nor efficient. Therefore, there is a revision of the policies to reflect the general groupings of management separate from non-licensed personnel, and the policies per individual employee groups are recommended for deletion.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Just I don't want to dwell on this, but the policy, number F, management personnel fringe benefits, management is administration, right? I'm not asking for a change right now, but perhaps in the next, think about it, and in the next reading, if the board can say, can you change management to administration?
Would there be any reason not to change it to administration?
I'm looking at the definition of line 84 to 87, which defines what management means. If there are any new positions that fall into management but are deemed a licensed or non-licensed administrator, that would mean we would have to bring the policy back to add it in.
Okay, well, I think that's for discussion next time. I think what I'm going to suggest is that there's a lot of policies and there's a lot of technical reasons for it. And so if the board would take a look at them and, bring some questions at the next reading, because I think that they're more complex than they appear to be.
I guess I'm going to ask for some clarification. So Dr. Small, is what you're saying, using the word management allows us for some different positions that would fall under this?
It allows for flexibility in the future if we need it. Lauren, is every one of our administrators is every person who's management an administrator under this benefits policy? Do we have some assistant directors who are not administrators who are management?
We have some assistant directors who are not administrators.
Can we get clarification then and maybe some answers so we can make a decision at our next meeting? Because it'll come back to us for a second reading. Is that agreeable to the board?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions there on these?
Yeah, a couple. Again, these are complicated and there's a lot of technical reasons. Ms. Hummel, can you explain why we are deleting GFBC, GHBC, GIBC, and JFCI at the bottom?
Yes, so these are all personnel fringe benefit policies that are specific to individual employee groups. What we have done is take those, the wording is almost identical in all of those policies. So what we have done is combine those all into GJBC, which was formerly transportation personnel fringe benefits, and becomes non-licensed personnel fringe benefits, so that it is an all-encompassing policy that covers all of those groups.
And we've already written that other policy, correct?
GJBC is the policy that they have been incorporated into.
Okay. GJBC?
Correct. Is non-licensed personnel fringe
Yes,
benefits.
there's a lot of movement there. And then the other one, a JFCI, student chemical abuse. Why are we deleting that one?
We're not
That's
there
item-
yet.
yet.
We're not there.
Oh, okay, I thought you said all the
No,
rest
no,
of
we
it.
were just looking at the ones that talked
okay,
about the
apologies.
fringe benefits.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I would also recommend that line item G in the agenda for the future reflect the new title of the policy. As it reads now in the agenda, the revision states transportation personnel fringe benefits.
Right, and that's how we set our agendas up, because that is the actual current policy that's being voted on for revision, where the title does change in the revision.
So we need the actual policy that we're looking at, the current one. Okay. Any other questions on those policies?
through item J, or item K?
through item J. The next one would be, right, any other questions there? All right, the next would be item K, which is the proposed policy JFCD, academic dishonesty. All right, again, these next couple are for first reading. Any questions, discussion in regards to this? Dr. Small?
The Administrative Policy Group reviewed this policy per the increase of AI technology, allowing for human-like responses based on the given prompt. At this time, there is no recommendation for change in this policy, as the claiming of AI technology as one's own work is still considered academic dishonesty under this current policy.
If I read the agenda correctly, and the reason we talked about this is that the board wanted to talk about it specifically because of artificial intelligence. And the administration believes that the policy as written covers artificial intelligence.
When it is a student portrays it as their own, that is considered academic dishonesty, which is covered in this policy.
Is it, I know it's an emerging field, shall I say? Is it easy to detect if AI has been used by a student to write a term paper? No. So
It depends. Our teachers who are reading the writing prompts of students get to know the student and their style and their ability to write. And if it is different, that is a indicator right there.
okay. So we believe that we have the wherewithal to work to eliminate AI as much as possible. We think we can detect it. And if we detect it, this policy is effective.
If we can detect it, this policy is effective. Absolutely.
Madam President, I just want to comment, because I was the one that brought this up. It was important to me. I'm glad to see our policy. We don't have to change it. And so the academic dishonesty for using AI chat-generated software programs is covered. I appreciate that. In speaking to Mr. Kramer's question, it's important to know that though the material is certainly not easy to detect, especially if a student is very skilled at putting in a good prompt, the same kind of community that created the software in the first place has also released detection software for faculty members and teachers to use to try and detect when students are using it. But to your point, and I think to all of our understanding, it is certainly a ever-changing and emerging field, and it's changing very quickly. So I'm glad that our teachers seem to be made aware of it, and I'm certainly glad our policy covers any academic dishonesty of a student using it to portray work that they didn't create as their own.
I don't know if Mr. Schumacher has anything to add.
No, it's an emerging field, as you all have said, and it's something we're monitoring.
Thank you. Any other questions on this policy? All right, that would take us to the next policy is the JFCL electronic devices. And again, it's out here for the first reading. Questions in regards to this? I don't know, Dr. Small, if you wanted to add anything to this?
This review does have a change in it, and it is in lines 27 through 31 in terms of clarifying the ability of the district to revoke the student's use of our own devices as well as personal devices that are not being used appropriately within the classroom when there are expectations set.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Yeah,
No, Mr.
I-
Kramer, go ahead. Mr.
Yeah,
Kramer?
I have difficulties with this. I brought it up in the group meeting, and I don't, certainly teachers need the discretion to remove devices from students if they're being disruptive. Okay, but just to remove them for any reason, because it's Tuesday, and we're not, this is a no cell phone day? I don't agree with that. Can we, so I think that needs to be considered. What, can we define any reason? It's cloudy outside.
Madam President, my understanding of this policy doesn't say for any reason.
It says specifically right
says-
there for
Okay,
any
gentlemen,
reason.
gentlemen. All right, Mr. Kramer, are you done speaking? Were you finished?
Me finish?
Well, yes.
Okay, it specifically says for any reason. That's in red and white.
That's
Which
for
line,
district-
which line are you on?
District-owned devices.
So
Which line are you on?
27.
27,
Okay.
28.
All
I
right,
stand corrected, thank you.
okay. Mr. Rosenblum, you had a comment.
I was just looking to clarify that it, as Dr. Small pointed out, it's district-owned electronic devices at any time for any reason, but for their personal electronic devices during the school day on school property, it's if they violate any district policies or practices. Just carrying a phone with you or having it sitting on a desk is not violating a district policy or practice. And so correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Small, but this would remove the possibility or the practice that as teachers enter a classroom, their phones will not be dropped in a box or put in a holding cell, so to speak, a cell holding cell, because they've entered a classroom. Because my understanding is that they haven't broken any district policy or practice at that point. Is that correct?
So if you go up to line 16 and 17, it says a teacher may restrict the use or access to electronic devices depending on the nature of a given assignment. So for example, an assessment perhaps could be one of those situations. So
I
Wh-
can't
in
hear
the-
you, sir.
Would you please speak up?
sure, under lines 16 and 17, it says a teacher may restrict the use of or access to electronic devices depending on the nature of a given assignment. This is not a new revision to the policy. This is existing policy. And so an example could be potentially an assessment that's going to be given that day. And so your statement is not 100% correct. It is correct in the lens of the overall addition, but a teacher does have a discretion under this policy as well.
I 100% agree with that. If there's you're given a test and the teacher says, put your cell phone in your backpack and the student doesn't do it, that's a policy violation. And that's my opinion.
This does not stop the cell phone hotel from occurring. That can still occur.
Understand that it's disruptive when you have that cell phone call. And this, yeah, I understand that. I agree with what's written.
So is a given assignment walking into the classroom? I'm just asking because I've heard.
So there are schools where it is the practice that when the student walks into the classroom, they put the cell phone in there. There have been a few individual parents that have had taken issue with that, and the principals have dealt with those individually to make sure that there's an agreement on what happens.
I'm sorry, so they are putting them in a cell phone cell?
They can. That is what I said. This
The
does
teacher-
not stop that process.
This does not stop the teacher from saying, put your cell in the cell phone when they walk in the classroom? Put your cell phone in the cell phone locker?
When there is a relevant assessment, that's what he's saying, if there's a test. And
It
I
could
just
be a
I
daily
simply use that
practice.
as an example.
Yeah,
That's
right.
not
It could be a
every
daily
time. I don't want to confuse.
But
May-
Dr. Small is explaining that it could be every day you walk into my room, your phone goes in that locker, period. And when you leave, you can get your phone back, period. Regardless of whether we're having an assignment or it's a lecture time. It doesn't matter.
That's correct. And we have had schools been doing that for multiple years, as we discussed before, and it has been successful. And there, as I said, if there are issues with it, the principals have worked with those parents individually.
Yeah, I think that's abuse.
Can you talk a little bit about the teachers and what some of their thoughts are, their rationale for having the phones in one location so then they can conduct the class or do their lecture or presentation? Can you talk a little bit about the teachers and what some of their thoughts are?
Well, I don't want to speak directly for the teachers, so I will not do that respectfully.
give
But
us-
I will say that there is research out there that gives credence to or leans towards cell phones cause a distraction, specifically in classrooms, and that distraction can decrease student engagement in learning and student performance. So I think that's what some of this relates to.
When that system is in place, it allows the teacher and the students to focus on what they are doing in the classroom in terms of distracting the teacher to have to tell students to stop doing what they're doing. It eliminates one of those issues along the way.
I think this is really important that the teacher be able to conduct their class in the best atmosphere that they have. And I know a lot of times it's real easy to pull out that phone and you're doing something on there, whether you're chatting with somebody else or looking at some social media. And some of those things that their kids are seeing may be upsetting to them, or it gets into girl, boy types of situations. And sometimes that's what causes some of our issues that we have. And if we want our kids to feel safe, I think that this is important that we, allow our teachers to make certain that they're teaching in the class and not having to worry about some of the social issues or connections that some of our kids are participating in. So, Mr. You look like you're going to say something.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that most of us, if not all of us, agree with one, we want our kids to be safe in the schools, and two, we want a higher success graduation rate. And in order to have those, then we cannot allow certain items to become a distraction, whether it's the vaping, whether it's the phones, whatever it may be. We can't allow those distractions to occur. So I think as a board, one of the things we got to do is come together and stop contradicting ourselves, because we do it way too often. And again, this is the first reading.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I think the underlying philosophy there is teachers believe that students are going to misbehave. So in order to handle it up front, rather than saying a rule, put your cell phone in your backpack, don't bring it out, or that's a violation. They are preempting it by saying, you're gonna put it in a locker and it's done with. Kids need to learn that when there's a rule, that they need to follow the rule, and the way, so allowing a teacher, having a policy that allows a teacher to preemptively, for whatever reason, unilaterally say, kids, whenever you walk into my classroom, the cell phone goes there, really undermines that.
The reason the cell phone hotels came into place in the first place was that we were spending too much time in the classroom telling kids to put their phones away, then the phones would come back out again. They have to tell them to put them away. That's the whole impetus behind that solution.
This policy says I could revoke it if you're breaking policy and confiscate them then. So, I mean,
Yes, and having several individual conversations with kids, even a couple times a week adds up to missed instructional time. I think that's the point, is that it's a classroom management strategy that in some cases provides more efficiency and then ends up giving students more actual academic time, rather than a teacher saddled with, the 15th instance in a 45-minute period of telling somebody to get off Snapchat, and then having another power struggle with another student about whether or not they're going to take their phone then, or whether they have to go in the hallway afterwards and have a discussion and then take it. Or then if that student refuses, then you got to call the office, have somebody come down, and it's a whole thing. And you've just wasted not that kid's time and that teacher's time, but the entire class's time, everybody else that had to sit and look at the circus and didn't miss out on learning.
So I, there's a lot of different perspectives and experiences, and I can understand all of them, and the interruption of the classroom and the teacher from a classroom management perspective wanting to put that off to the side so that it doesn't come into play, or it's come into play before and enough is enough. So for my class, I'm just going to do it, and it makes it easier versus having to spend that time on an individual basis. I get that as well. This is a first reading. How many readings do we get?
Well, it'll come back next month.
So we get 2 readings.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to take an opportunity to do is ask those who are in our community, be they parents and or staff and teachers, to give your feedback to members of this board so that we can hear you and take that into consideration when it does come back before us again.
Madam President, I would just suggest that the Administrative Policy Committee just clarify and be transparent that the electronic use in the classroom is at the discretion of the teacher.
I believe that's what we're saying here.
I think it could be worded clearer.
Do you have a suggestion as to the wording?
Exactly what I just said. The electronic policy per classroom is at the discretion of the teacher.
All right, Mr. Schumacher, is there, can we add that then to line 17 as, what would be the difference of saying a teacher may restrict or leaving it as the discretion of the teacher? Does that still give them the flexibility?
You could just delete the words depending on the nature of the assignment.
Would that suffice, Mr. Dombrowski? Because it's basically saying the same thing. They may restrict the use or access of the electronic devices.
Well, if you're outside at a football game after class, does this policy then apply at that location and at that time? The way I read it, it would.
Madam President, perhaps Mr. Dombrowski can make a recommended.
There's nothing to
Yeah.
modify or motion. This is just
No.
discussion for administration to discuss and potentially incorporate in the next reading or not.
I disagree
Yeah.
with the idea of the teacher-specific language. I do agree on the general philosophy that I think might be behind that in terms of empowering the teacher to enforce discipline in their classroom. Absolutely. You know, I shared with Dr. Small via email before the meeting, I have concerns about whether or not building level administration is going to provide the enforcement necessary for teachers to execute the policy in their classrooms. That's something I certainly hope that they do so our teachers can feel supported. But I worry that if we put that specific language in, it would give a teacher, you know, kind of a blank check to set whatever policy, and then it cuts the administrator out. To me, you have to work together as a team. So you'd have to work with your administration, building level, to make sure everybody's on the same page, and that you're going to get the enforcement that you need from building level administration to enforce your policy when violations inevitably occur.
Madam President, the way I understand it, each teacher has the discretion to set up a cell phone hotel without authorization from administration. That's kind of the current practice. I'm just asking the policy to reflect what our current practices are.
All right, we're saying that a teacher may restrict the use of or access. You mentioned about a football game. You think that a teacher would take the phone away from the student there?
Or let's say it's
Well,
a
that would
bus
be-
on a field trip.
I mean, it says, however, though,
Bus on a field trip is considered part of the classroom.
confiscate a student's personal electronic device during the school day while the student is on school property. Again, this is the important bit. If the student violates any district policies or practices, so that this policy does not empower a teacher to just go around confiscating people's phones because they're standing adjacent to the football field. I mean, the policy states there needs to be a violation. That would imply that there needs to be a good reason to suspect such a violation to occur.
And then just for clarification, when a teacher is at a game, by title and their position and pay, they are a teacher. However, when they're acting in a position at a football game, they are security. They're not a teacher at that point. They're there for security. And they're adding additional security to the stands to watch over the student's well-being. They're not acting at a teacher capacity. There are no tests. There's no attendance. So they're not acting at a teacher capacity. It may be an administrator capacity, but they are all wearing security vests.
Okay, that's a point taken.
To your point about policy, insubordination would be considered something that could result in removal or action.
If we read this, if they violate a policy, it could be removed. I believe what we're trying to do here is, there was a time when they didn't have the phones in the school. You want to allow the kids to have their cell phones, but you do have to have some type of structure in the classroom and allow the teacher to have that structure. We want rigorous classes. We want our kids to be learning, and we want them not to be distracted. I think that's the impetus behind this policy.
Understood. I also look at it from a different perspective, that potentially you could have a student who has a job they've worked and they've spent maybe $1,200 on a electronic device that is their personal possession, and now you have that being removed from them.
If they violate, if they don't behave.
But if it's just in the classroom, it would be removed. Possibly some of the teachers probably have the cell phones put away, ask the kids to put them away, maybe in their backpacks, whatever it might be. So I think the teachers have some options, and we do have to allow them to restrict the use of those cell phones.
I don't disagree, but I do think the way the word or the way the policy is worded, it's very broad.
And in some cases, that's okay, because you need some of that flexibility. You need to be able to do that.
A technical question on how cell phone hotels operate. Does a student place their cell phone in block I, row H, or whatever, or do they put them in a box? How do they know which cell phone is theirs and which cell phone isn't theirs when they go to retrieve them when they're leaving class?
The first instance you gave.
Pardon me?
The first instance you gave.
So there's something on a wall with like and the student has to remember where where they put their phone.
Teenage student won't forget where they put
I
their
can't-
phone. I'm just
These have been in place for years.
Okay.
Conant has been using them for years.
Okay. Now, if my cell phone looks like somebody else's cell phone, which a lot of them do, and you don't really remember where you put it, okay, and you grab the wrong one, who's liable then? One student picks up the other student's phone.
And that phone isn't very useful. And the other student who's missing their phone wants it back.
And one student A drops student B's phone and it's broken.
What if that happens now?
I don't know what happens now.
The basis of this conversation, though, since I've been sitting on this board, we've had a conversation highlighting how extremely distracting cell phones and electronic devices are in classrooms. We've had this discussion at this very same board about how this is becoming an issue. This policy to me is a direct solution to that said issue. So I'm not really understanding the circles we're dancing in here. We identified a problem. This is a potential solution and or policy for that problem. So we can what if all night, but the reality is we've identified an issue and this is moving in the direction of a solution.
Perhaps.
Thank you. All right. Any other discussion that we haven't touched upon on this? Okay, if not, it'll come back to us for a second reading. The next item. The next item is JFCI, student chemical abuse. Any discussions on this one?
This policy was last reviewed in 1995 and that does not reflect current legislation. The disciplinary action taken with students is defined under other student conduct policies.
And what spurred its deletion at this time versus when the other policy was implemented?
You sent me an email regarding it.
Thank you.
I informed you that it was not, zero tolerance was not allowable.
All right, any other questions on that one? If not, that will take us to potential topics for future discussion. Are there any potential topics for future discussion? Okay,
I thought Mr. Dabrowski was going to offer one. We had a public comment about an OMA violation. Didn't you receive that letter?
yes.
What actions being taken?
We do not have an OMA violation.
We do not have.
We do
one.
not have an OMA violation.
But there were some suggestions or recommendations that were strongly worded in that letter. Are we going to do it? Are we going to respond to that letter, change anything that we're doing? Are we going to comply?
Is that what
We
we're
are
putting on
in
for
compliance
future?
with the OMA.
Is there a
the OMA
request for
Act.
future
Wait,
discussion?
Can you let Dr. Small speak?
It wasn't me.
We are in compliance with the Open Meetings Act for that, what was spoken to at the
Did
podium.
we speak with the attorneys on that?
We did.
Yeah, and the attorney said, you don't worry about it?
The attorney said we are in compliance. We are not violating the Open Meetings Act.
Knowing,
In other words, don't worry about it.
okay, knowing that the board got the letter from a constituent, why wasn't the board apprised of that in writing by the superintendent that this is not a violation?
Because we just got it shortly.
When did we receive it?
I don't know,
A
you
week
received
ago?
the email, right?
I think it was, I don't remember, it was a week or two ago. And that's shortly?
You got the information.
Y'all, I'm so sorry. Can I ask for a 5-minute recess? I need a restroom break.
All right,
Well, I think it needs to be discussed. I would, if you think
No,
it's okay.
I've waited as
we're in
long as I
favor. Can we
can.
take a break
I'm
for
sorry,
a
thank you.
5-minute recess, please? All right. right, we're back. I apologize, Mr. Kramer. What was your?
No, I'm good.
Well, in lieu of a discussion, and if there hasn't been enough time to provide the board an answer of what the attorney says, can I ask that the board president or the superintendent provide a copy of a written copy of the legal opinion of the attorney on why it's not a violation, or why we don't have to not worry about it?
So it was a discussion. I can ask him for a legal opinion, and we would then, by the consensus of the board, he would write the legal opinion for us.
So it was
and charge us.
So it was a verbal discussion between the superintendent and the attorneys,
Yes, right.
nothing recorded. They just said, don't worry about it.
Okay, do you want an opinion?
A written opinion,
We can-
absolutely.
Okay.
That
We
we
can-
need consensus of the board.
Does the
direct
board
the
want
attorney.
consensus to get a written legal opinion?
Sure, yes, no problem.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
All right, so then we'll get that, and we'll
Is that
have
everybody?
Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Kramer? Mr. Rosenblum?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Dombrowski?
Since only board members are susceptible to fines for the Open Meetings Act violation, yes.
Mr. McGowan?
Sure.
Okay. All right, then we'll have that.
And I have one other item I like to put in for future discussion. Is it possible to have the local police chiefs for each school represented in a future meeting or closed session to go over just more safety protocol of our schools and the SROs?
Yes, so that is planned for the spring. The final documents were coming in from our audit. Those documents are that which we have just received. We review them, we will share them with our police departments, and then they come in, we plan to have them come in after that for a closed session discussion on the safety of our buildings.
Perfect. Thank you.
Because we did talk about that a couple of months ago in regards to the process. So thank you for bringing that up
We
again.
didn't know that the final paperwork came in, so I appreciate the question.
And just to clarify, there is an Open Meeting Act exemption for that in closed session.
Yes.
Well, that's planning. Would that be a special board meeting, or would it be, because it's going to be pretty prolonged? Or would it be incorporated in a general board meeting that's going to go 2 hours with the police chiefs?
When we have a date that they all can meet, and we'll see what the agenda looks like, we'll make a decision on it.
Okay. All right. Anything else there? All right, then that brings us to our committee reports for NSSEO. We had our shining stars. They were students that are over at Minor School. Excuse me. And the students that were highlighted were working on their student learning objectives. They were working on some different targets that were assigned for them. They worked on specific IEPs and their targets. Part of it was engaging in working with their peers and working with the staff over at Minor. They also gave us a presentation at Minor School about a focus on debriefing. And what they started to do with the staff at Minor was, if there were situations that had occurred, because you've got some very special need kids there, where the staff would be able to get together and discuss what had occurred, how the process, it could be the restraint, it could be dealing with the student, it would be de-escalation. How did that go about? Was there anything that needed to be changed, anything that needed to be, that was done well, anything that needs to be going forward? So they started this project with a smaller pilot group in August of last year. They've gotten feedback, and now they're looking to roll it out they started to roll it out with all of the staff at Minor School and feel it's very important, and a good thing to be doing is the debriefing of issues that come up. Helps with the mental health for the teachers and the support for them. The NSSEO also had the legislative roundtable, which was Friday, March 3rd. Had a good turnout of parents that were there, some of our representatives that were there. Parents were able to speak about their journeys that they're experiencing with their kids. We had a couple of people that talked about what happens when your child is 22 and where do they go next, especially when it's a high needs student. And it was very emotional for the parents when they shared their story. And you could see that it affects everybody, the parent, the community. So the legislators were made aware of things, what is out there for those parents. And not only for the kids that are going to be aging out at 22, but also what kind of services are available for kids that have some behavioral issues, because that makes it really difficult. So we had 3 parents that spoke on behalf of, what they're experiencing with their children. They also took a look at the existing state. What is, we were in smaller groups at tables. Take a look at what's going on. What are the basic needs from the parents? What are some of the perspectives? What's happening in the special ed? And then also looked at some resources. What is out there? And then where do we want to go? What do we want as a desired outcome? So there was really good conversation at the table, looking at some of the strategies, what knowledge we have, what attitudes we have, what skills do people need to be able to move forward. So hopefully we'll get some feedback in regards to this and be able to share that with you. But it's a positive action to be able to move and get these legislators to become aware of what's happening with our young people. We were also able to hire a new superintendent for NSSEO. You had gotten the information. Her name is Dr. Peg Schnorr, and she is currently the Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services at District 15 in Palatine. She comes to us with a lot of knowledge, working in the classroom, working with parents, working with the students. She has, we had a special meeting where we offered the contract. She's made a commitment to start working with Dr. Hackett now, which is wonderful as far as, the transition. So I think she will be a very good fit for NSSEO. We will have a reception at our board meeting on April 5th. It's going to be over at Timber Ridge. So if any board members are available, please come. It'll be at 6:30, and then we'll have our NSSEO board meeting at 7. We'll be meeting over at Timber Ridge. So I think those are a lot of positive things that have been occurring in NSSEO. All right, thank you. That will take us to EdRed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. So this last week, hundreds of bills passed out of committees in Springfield. And I just want to mention that there's more information about them on the EdRed website and portal. Some of them have potential positive impacts on our district, while some of them have potentially negative impact. But there's literally hundreds of them. And the nice part about EdRed is out of those hundreds of bills, they highlight the ones that pertain directly to education. So I encourage everyone to take a look at those.
Okay, the next is, thank you. Next is our policy group report. We've had a good discussion. I don't know, Mr. Kramer, if you wanted to add anything else?
We beat that horse to death.
Yes, we did. Thank you. All right, next is Community and Family Services Report. Mr. Dombrowski or Mr. McGowan?
We have a meeting on Monday.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to the Facilities and Building Safety Report. Mr. Bradley?
Yes, thank you. I was out on February 28th and got to get a preview of the presentation today. And there are a few things that I just wanted to touch on. One, for any type of bids that want to be done, they're publicly advertised for about 10 days. And then they also advertise in local newspapers. And then there's a vendor list from previous jobs that have been done. So we kind of trust their work. So those are different ways that if anyone's interested in bidding on any future work can be done. Also, I would advise you, if any board member has not toured the schools, I would really recommend, highly recommend you going out and touring every school. When you look at a school like Conant and you look at that auditorium, the students do a very, very good job of working with what they have there, but the auditorium at Conant, in my opinion, is not a very safe place for spectators. You know, you go and sit in the seats, and the seats are extremely small, and if there was an emergency that occurred, they're not prepared to evacuate that auditorium in a safe manner. With the positioning of the seats, the way the seats are, they still have the tray that slides on both sides, so you get hung up on the trays, as I saw people at one of the plays I was at. Next time we have any type of bids or any type of budgets in place, I really, really would like us to pass, especially for the facilities, the votes, really for the safety of the students and spectators. That's about all I had. Ricky and Lauren did a great job in their presentation.
Thank you. All right.
Is that a life safety issue that's looked at? Mr. Bradley was talking about? I don't know what the criteria.
Well, technically, in these particular case, it's not a life safety. It's more of a facility. But I mean, if we were to bring someone in from the outside, I'm sure it can be deemed as a life safety.
Well, I mean, would that be part of a normal life safety inspection? Whoever does a life safety inspection? I don't know. That's a
Dr. Small?
The physical space, I am not aware of any code violations that exist within the current setup. I think it is a typical step theater type setup configuration within those spaces. From a life safety perspective, they're going to be looking at various systems, the points of egress, the lighting, the control systems, those types of things that would be included in the space. But certainly, as as I mentioned this evening, we have started to discuss summer 2024 projects, one of which would be our first auditorium. As the board is aware, what we have discussed is that we would engage in that design process and bring the bid to the board once we have the plans developed. There's a committee of people that's involved from both a school perspective, with teachers that are in that space day in and day out from both a classroom perspective as well as a performing arts or an activity-based perspective. So we are gathering feedback, and certainly, we are limited to the confines of the space that we're working within, but we'll look to be making numerous improvements in there because the spaces have not really been, with the exception of some minor here and there updates, they have not been refreshed since their creation. Mhm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, the last item here is the Illinois Association of School Boards reports.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Klimkowitz attended the division meeting, the most recent division meeting, so I'd like to defer an update on that to her.
Thank you. It was held at Wheeling School District 21. It was in the junior high building, or middle school, I should say. And right across the parking lot is a brand new building that they had built. The premise behind that building is for it to be community use. It's, I'm not certain, it's on, real nice parcel of land there. The object was the first floor is going to have some healthcare. They're looking to have, it's Northwest Community Hospital, one of the healthcare facilities to be available there. So then that way they can take care of their students who might need medical attention. It could be, earaches, colds, things of that nature. Making them more of a community-based. That would be on the first floor. They're also looking to have a couple of other community groups. NSSEO would be one of them there in one of the offices also on that first floor, because District 21 houses the deaf and hard of hearing program. One of the things that they showed us for District 21 was the demographics, and about 50% of their students are Spanish speaking, Russian speaking, Ukrainian speaking. So they have a large minority group there. So they're looking to do that. The second floor has the administration, and then it has meeting spaces for the parent groups. And on the third floor, it has their boardroom and the availability again for some meeting spaces. They're really excited about this because they brought this together because they wanted this to be the cornerstone for the community, a place where they can have parent involvement. There's things for the kids. They're also looking to have some counselors, things of that nature, available there because they do have a population that has limited transportation, limited accessibility, because a lot of the parents are working maybe 2, possibly 3 jobs. So it was a good presentation. It was lovely to see their building. It was really nice to see how engaged they were with the community and really making this a community school. So they that was great. As far as the IASB business, we talked a little bit about the resolutions. The submission for resolutions is going to be June 21st of this year, and then the conference is going to be November 18th. Probably following, some of the same format, and we'll see how that goes forward then. But that's it.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I would like to add to the agenda item G, Parent Communications Committee meeting.
Did I miss that? Okay. Yeah, please.
So I'd like to, I have more on the ISB
Oh,
update.
I
before we
apologize.
do
I
that.
thought you were.
Nope, not yet.
All right.
So IASB has selected a new executive director. Her name is Kimberly Small. IASB's current general counsel and associate director of the Office of General Counsel and Policy Services. And her effective date as the new executive director for IASB will be July 1st of this year. I attended a webinar earlier today that IASB put on called Executive Searches, Searching for Your Next Superintendent. So I took away some information regarding the IASB search services that they provide their members. It is not a free service, it's a search service that they provide, and they walked through all the different steps, and we utilized a lot of those steps during our last search for a superintendent. So I thought it was relatively timely, and one of the things they talked about was, when should you start looking for your next superintendent? And as we know, our superintendent, Dr. Small, is planning on retiring in 2025. So their suggestion to everyone, there were some people who are looking for new superintendents for 2024 and some who are looking for 2025. And their suggestion was spring the year before is when you should start the search. So in our case, it would be spring of 2024. So a year from now is when we should start engaging activities around search. And some of the things they talked about were some of the things we went through before, holding focus groups with staff, students, parents, and other community members to gather information around characteristics and and priorities and importance to a new superintendent. And then they walk through the whole process. So it was very helpful. If we would like, for free, IASB would be happy to come in and do an in-person presentation to our board on the search process at our leisure, at our convenience. So I think as we start to get close to spring 2024, we should start looking at engaging them to come in and do a presentation and help us understand and educate us on what that process should look like so that we're able to do it successfully. And that's it for me.
Just a curiosity question then. It would be a presentation on the process, not a presentation on their services to us.
It would
selling
be,
their
it would be,
service.
it would be both. Their service, so they would walk through what their service provides, which would give us an outline of the process. But yes, they would be also saying, and we could do this for you. They would share their pricing and people who in their search service group, they'd be able to afford us who we might partner with if we used them. There's no obligation to using them, but certainly being who they are and the tie-in, and the presentation was done by their search service group, which is almost exclusively made up of former superintendents. So they understand and they have relationships, and it was very helpful information. So if we had them come in, it would be twofold. One is they'd walk through the process, which we can all get educated on. But yes, they would also be selling themselves to us.
So then probably at that point, if there are other search firms, we would put out the
Absolutely.
memo of understanding and seeing if anybody else wanted to put in a bid for being our search firm.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Dombrowski, you wanted to add a committee that we missed?
Yes,
I apologize.
perfectly acceptable. Thank you to Dr. Small, Ms. Holmes. We had our meeting on Tuesday. It was the final meeting of the year. We had a robust attendance of about 4 parents. We discussed our website layout. We discussed using text messaging for communication. Administration is very open to any input that they can receive from the community and the end users of those forms of communication. It'll be another committee next year. Anybody interested, please express your interest. And it was a productive year.
Mr. Dombrowski, I wanted to, there was also some discussion about the working through of translating into various languages, right? And there's been some progress made in that way.
Yes, there is a specific list of languages that were requested, including Afrikaans, which I'm familiar with. So I think our list is up to 14.
Right. Thank you. Any?
We have over 100 languages available, but the number of requests from parents to translate, to send our messages in a different language. Aaron, what were we at?
27. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? Any other committees that we might have missed? All right. Thank you. With that, then you've got upcoming events and calendar items. And then the next recommended action is that the board enter closed session to discuss minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, probable or imminent litigation against, affecting, or on behalf of the public body, matter pertaining to an individual student, appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, and collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Ms. Cabell?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klimkowitz?
Aye. All right. The next recommended action is that the board return to open session. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mrs. Cavill? Aye. Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klinkwitz?
Aye. Next recommended action is that the Board of Education accepts the retirement requests of Marlene Gondek effective May 2024, according to the master contract of the District 211 Teachers Union, and Krista Olson Bradley effective May 2027, according to the master contract of the District 211 Teachers Union. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mrs. Cavill? Aye. Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Klinkwitz?
Aye. Next recommended action is that the Board of Education approve a total salary allocation for technology, transportation, clerical exempt, and management employees at an overall increase of 4.1% over the 2022-2023 school year, effective July 1st, 2023, for the 2023-2024 school year as presented. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
I don't think this goes far enough.
Okay, any other discussion?
I agree. I agree with Mr. Dombrowski.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mrs. Cavill? Aye. Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
No, it doesn't go far enough.
Mrs. Klinkwitz?
Aye. Okay, motion carried. The next recommended action is that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing partial settlement of vaping litigation with Juul Labs, Inc. and related parties at no less than the gross settlement amount of $420,148.43, less court costs estimated at 8%, and attorney fees of 25%. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you for amending the resolution.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye.
Mr. McGowan?
Aye.
Mr. Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenblum?
Aye.
Mr. Bradley?
Aye.
Mrs. Cavill? Aye. Mrs. Klinkwitz?
Aye. All right. And there is no other business to come before the board, so the board president declares this meeting of the Board of Education adjourned at